Gang, howdy, howdy. I'm not echoing. That was all me. Did I fool ya? Welcome back, Kingdom Come Delivery. Kingdom Come Delivery. When you echo the it just sounds like we have one game to talk about and lots of story to do. We are at the end of this game. We might see if we can sell some crap to finish off Privet Slavets before we're done. I don't know if I have anything to sell at the moment, or... I have to disguise stuff. That's worth money. There's some shit to drop off. I'm gonna put that disguise in the chest here. Nothing crazy though.
Awake already? I hope you've had a good rest after all you've been through. You might need it. We've got work to do tonight, so get up and get going to Talmberg as soon as possible. You need to rouse Sir Divish and his men for the attack. We'll meet this evening at the stronghold and settle up with that sly bastard.
Huh.
Can I ask?
Never mind.
Thank you. That's all. I need to set off as soon as possible to
Listen
give the
up, men.
Talmbergers the message, or they won't arrive in time to help us at
easy
Vranik.
pickings. I want every last one of you standing here in full armor and ready for action by sunset.
What was I saying? Oh, right. So, like, is it me, or does everything look a little better, and is the poppin' just slightly less aggressive? I actually did put in my new parts that I was talking about last time, so I have fresh RAM. It shouldn't really be that much faster, but you know, if there was anything wrong with the old stuff, no. The processor's a little better, I think. We talked about that. Above all, my GPU is running at full speed now, because I was a dumbass and didn't realize that fucking PCI Express sockets got an upgrade at some point. Apparently they're making PCI Express hard drives now. That's fucking nuts. Like, you've always got that second port you're probably not using for anything because Crossfire isn't that effective. But, like, the transfer speeds on it are nuts. They're fucking even faster than the M2 drive.
I'm honored that you should. See you later.
I'm considering getting one. They're actually not that expensive. You can get like a 2 terabyte drive for 150 bucks, which, like, yeah, that's 150 bucks, but you can get like a 1 terabyte one for obviously like half of that price. That's a terabyte we're talking about. Like, that's all I had. That's all I have for my main drive, and sometimes it's just not enough, but that's because I have lots of shit that I haven't played sitting on my hard drive. Like, reasonably, it is plenty. Then again, shit is getting pretty big. Like, I had to uninstall stuff for Hogwarts Legacy. This game is like fucking 80 gigs right here. Just sitting on my drive forever. I gotta get rid of it. think I have like 20 gigs of space available at the moment.
I'd like to
Well,
satisfy.
we're get. Aye.
I'll trade that. Still got some weapons to sell.
Garlic soup for the winter, onion soup for the
God's bless.
asparagus for taste and fruit.
Good boy.
Let's talk. Agree?
That's bad. See.
I put my monitor on a mount, so it's like a little farther back now. Just freed up a little deck space. I thought I wasn't gonna need it, but there's like a hole in the back of my desk for the wires to go through, and I use that. Yeah.
Yeast. Let it bake a bit, you'll be able to feed the whole
You
family.
know, that meant that the monitor couldn't be all the way back and sit on top of all the wires. I think it's slightly inconvenient. Like, it worked, but I would have to lift up my soundbar every time I wanted to move my keyboard away to clear space for a plate. Whereas before, I just push it back. And yeah, just moderately inconvenient enough for me to get a mount. Worked out though. Got even more space than before. I can look at my desk mats. See Major Tanya. Major Tanya making me happy. And I got rid of my heavy ass old desk that still feels so good because I'm not bashing my knees on it constantly every time I swivel in my chair. Like, that's dope. And I don't have to dread moving this if I ever want to replace the carpet or something. Because I can actually lift this fucking thing up.
Hey, Henry's come to see us.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to ride the Talmberg.
Yeah.
I feel like I might be able to run this at, like, better settings now, but I explained the whole deal with that, like, I'm hesitant to even touch them, because literally just making any change fucking breaks the whole game. But when I was doing my initial testing before we started this, I was technically able to run it on max. It was just like dipping into the low 20s at times. It's a very inconsistent frame rate. When I wasn't recording, it was obviously up in the 40s, but... Just a whole different beast. And I have to consider, like, how much of that are you even going to notice, because if I want to stream with the available speeds in my area, I gotta do the 720p. Like, you're not seeing 4K, you're not seeing 1080p, like, it's not even full HD. Though 720p is technically HD, it's just low tier. It's what the Xbox 360 tried to push to you as nice.
Yeah.
wrong turn. Gotta go through Ludechko.
Yeah.
That man wasn't even there. I wish that the settings got low enough for me to play this with like RuneScape graphics. I wish every game did that, TBH. But this one specifically, it would just give me like a nostalgia boner. Seeing everything untextured. Just vertex colors.
Yeah.
I feel like I made a wrong turn, but what do I know? No, okay. We got a road coming up over here. The mill where we got ambushed. Good times. The guy who probably wanted to ambush me. Good times. Yeah, okay. Remember, I forgot to check the game sound before I started. Because I tried to do it during the loading screen. Oh! Or Divish. I wonder what quest got cancelled, if any. None?
Yeah.
I wonder if everybody is just in the dining room right now because of the quest. If that means I can go steal Lady Stephanie's shit right now. Unmolested.
Good health to you, Henry.
Fuck you! No Divish.
Sir, I bring an urgent message from my father, from Sir Radzig and Hanush.
I take it you've heard. What does your father want from me?
I found out who's behind all the unrest in the region, and Father and Hanush have decided to put an end to it all.
What? So who is responsible for all our recent troubles?
You may have met him. Istvan Toth.
No, I haven't met him. But Sir Radzig said he'd been here to visit before the raid. I don't suppose that's a coincidence. What kind of man is he? What is he after?
He's in the service of King Sigismund, and he's fighting the nobility who support King Wenceslas. They've amassed quite a force at the old stronghold above Sassau, and they're planning to attack very soon. Father and Hanush have decided to move first and destroy him before he's prepared.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
When? And how?
Tonight. They send word for you to muster your men and rendezvous with them at Vranik.
This is madness.
Maybe it is. But I fear that Radzik and Hanush are right. The sooner we cure this pestilence, the better. Gather the men and make ready. We march tonight. Leave only as many as you must to guard the castle.
Very well, sir. As you command.
Will you be coming with us?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Gonna
have
beat some
scores
ass.
to settle with them.
Oh, I noticed that I got an achievement for getting the set from the tourney, so that last time we got our asses beat, that didn't count because we didn't need to do that. We already got the rewards, I think, unless there's additional sets. I feel like you have to wait till too late in the game for your skills to be viable, though, for there to be multiple. This is a silent cutscene, by the way. It's all music, so yeah. Let's march across these familiar places, rendered in their intended detail. Still see old popping on the grass, though. It's the indigenous Czech popping grass.
Well, well, Divish. I see you don't want to miss the show.
You didn't expect me to leave all the glory to you.
Never. We wouldn't dream of starting without you.
What news? Did you parley with them?
We did.
And what was the outcome?
Not quite what we hoped for. Radzik wanted to go parley with him in person. Fortunately, I talked him out of it.
It seems that this will not be resolved without a battle.
Bloody good thing, too. Finally, we'll have some proper entertainment in the countryside.
Fortunately, my son here showed immense daring and made his way into the lion's den to spy on them.
Tell us what you saw, lad.
100 men. Savages, poorly trained. They do know the fart slash tech, though.
Well, let's start with how well fortified they are.
The outer palisade goes right around the whole camp. On a small hill inside it, there's a half-demolished farmhouse that's ringed by another palisade. That's where I was held prisoner, and that's where Toth's based. Him and his inner circle.
Can you tell us how many tents there are and how they're arranged?
There might be 50, maybe 70. Most of them in the right-hand side of the camp.
And the men? How many men strong are they?
Quite a few, at least 80.
Huh. We don't number much more than that ourselves.
We do outnumber them, though, even if only by a few men. And our men are well armed and disciplined. The foe, nothing but a rabble.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, it's best to attack from our direction. How does it look from the other sides?
The east side is all rocks, so no hope of launching a major assault from there. On the other hand, that's the way I escaped. It's where they throw all their waste. The heap's already so high it's almost to the top of the palisade.
Now that is interesting. The ramparts are long. If there are as many of them as we think, they can hardly keep watch over the entire length. Attack with full force at the gate, and they won't have enough men at the rear.
That's an excellent strategy. But then I'd expect no less from you.
If we cause an enormous uproar at the same time, they won't know what's hit them.
Uproar?
You said they have tents there?
Your Divish got such cool
Yes, sir.
armor.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, tents usually burn rather well. And we have quite a few archers.
You don't do things by halves, Divish.
So, I believe we have a plan. Robard will take 10 men and sneak to the rear of the fortifications. There's an entry point, but you must remain hidden.
I will do my best, sir.
That shouldn't be too hard. They'll have other things to worry about. The rest of us will launch a frontal assault. Rain burning arrows on them and then attack.
Those bastards won't know which way to turn.
At that point, Robard and his squad will strike from the rear.
I think it's a good plan.
Like how Hanish didn't even dress
We'll
up.
wipe those whore sons off the face
Just
of the
always in armor. So he's ready to fuck.
Listen up now. We are about to meet the rabble that have been trying to hurt us. Pillaging, killing, raping, and generally being a thorn in our side for long enough. They may be hiding behind a stockade, but they are still a pack of curs who are no match for men like you.
We're really gonna do this at night? Like,
We
they
are going
know
to
it.
festoon
They
these
know.
trees with corpses. First, we will set fire to their little hornet's nest. Then we'll keep them busy by the gate. And when we've made it nice and hot for them, Sir Robard and his men will pounce on them from the rear. And we will hack them to pieces. Have you got it? Yes, sir! Good. Now, when we reach the ramparts, the archers will cover the men climbing it, and the men with the battering ram. Any of these fuckers foolish enough to stick his head outside the stockade is to lose it at once. Understood? Yes, sir! Glad to hear it. Now, let's do it! Forward!
Put my shield on. Or I might need the torch, actually. Yeah.
Archers, fire!
I'm sweaty. Blood on my sword already. I'm spaghetti. Do I not have arrows equipped? What's the deal? It was just being weird, I guess. I don't know. I'm waiting for your turn to get in, bud. Me too. We good? I bopped two guys. I bopped one guy.
Henry!
Go with the men and flush out anyone left around the tents so they don't creep up on us from behind. You men, over there, go with him. The rest of you, form up and go to the top gate.
Hey. Shit. What? Yeah, I guess I like that they did this, because again, they know what their game is. They'll have me not be into shit like that. Good. I'm gonna get some actual fights. Some one-on-one action on the sidelines. Wish they were a little better armored, though. This guy's the captain. With the most armor. Biggest cock. We're gonna ram that gate. Doesn't look very effective. Considered ripping it with your hands. Alright, just use your axe, that'll do. It is only made of wood. That's what axes are made for. This is why spears are so good. You can just like poke the other guy without risking slashing at your friendlies. And like you can still attack from the back row. Just stabby boys.
That Hungarian bastard? Why isn't he here? Don't tell me no one was in command!
It does rather look that way, Hanush.
Henry, where's Toth? You said he was here.
He definitely was, sir. I've got the cuts and bruises to show for it.
You have to find out where he slithered off to. Look for clues. Anything that will tell us what he's doing. Well, look here.
It's illegal to loot in front of all you guys. I'm not gonna do it because I'm an alleged good Christian.
Henry, I heard from the monastery that they'll keep buying our stone. They said someone else was responsible for all the trouble. I'm in your debt. God be with you.
Oh, sick. Glad to hear it, Divish. Old Divvy. Uncle Divs.
Sir, I'd like to go outside.
We need to take a proper look around first.
No, he probably wants me to go in the war room. Find some plans. Letter from Vranik. I'm sure it says something, but, you know, I can tell you what it says. He gave us the old whoopsie-toopsie. We pulled all our forces out of Talmberg and Ratai, and, you know, he just marched most of his men over there to take it over. These guys here, not in a force of 80. These were sacrificial pawns. And, yeah. So now they have an actual castle, not a Shea stockade. And we need to take that back.
Sir, this was all I could find.
A letter? What does it say, Radzig?
Alongside hunting, drinking, and swordplay, you might find time for a little study, old man. In the courts of Prague, every Tom, Dick, and Harry can read nowadays.
Yes, well, here in the countryside, we don't give a tinker's curse about such things. That's what I've got a scribe for, anyway. What does the damn thing say?
It appears to be written by Toth, but it doesn't say to whom. It says everything's going according to plan, and the castle should soon be taken.
Castle? What castle? What does he need a castle for?
Sir, we took this one alive. And it seems he's not just some ordinary spear carrier.
Where's that rat Toth? Where did he go? Speak, damn you!
He's thwarted you again, hasn't he?
If you play your cards right, you might come out of this in one piece. Where is your lord? He was here yesterday, wasn't he?
Come now, sir. We both know where I will end up. My lord is gone. He took most of the men and left.
Where has he gone? What is he planning? He writes here about taking some castle. Which castle?
Oh, some nearby castle. Left completely unguarded. Now I wonder where it could be.
What are you saying, you horse son?
Talmberg. Did he go to Talmberg?
You'll never get him! You'll never get...
Nice.
What? Were you planning on sending him to some monastery to become a monk? I believe we have some work to do, Sir Divish, do we not? Mount up, gentlemen. We don't have any time to waste.
Alright, so now we have to deal with a castle, which means we have to, like, set up a siege. And that's why I said things would get a little side questy. We need to, like, wait for a trebuchet to be built, and that means we gotta go around and grab supplies and shit in the meantime.
Who goes there? Greetings. We were ambushed. We need assistance. We have wounded men here.
So, like, any quests in Talmberg are on hold until this is done.
The Lord be praised.
But we can go wander off and do whatever in the meantime.
Come on!
Lady Stephanie, I really don't think we should...
My lady.
Faster, man! Come on, faster!
My men are gravely wounded. Without treatment, I'm afraid they won't live to see morning.
Hiya! Hiya!
Not to worry. We'll take care of them.
My lady, you have my uttermost gratitude. May God reward you for your kindness.
Every Christian should help his neighbor in his hour of need.
True. Especially now, when treachery and deception surround us on all sides.
Get out of the way!
The devil lurks in the shadows.
Come on!
And one fears taking a guest into his house.
Cheeky. Cheeky cunt. I'm allowed to say that word again. Thank you, YouTube. They rolled back their changes. Now it only gets you limited ads, which is basically the same as getting demonetized, but hey. At least they won't hide your video. Is what I care about personally.
Oh no. We're too late. Quickly! Follow me!
I feel like the whole thing's pretty ridiculous, honestly, because, like, there's already a checkbox when you upload to say, is this safe for children? Like, if you say no, which is what it's on by default, then aggressive, foul language or whatever, that should all be fine. Obviously, like, inciting fucking violence or hate speech or whatever towards other people is something that needs to be, like, looked at by humans. But just saying fuck, that's fine. Is this a fight already? I don't feel like we're supposed to be in a fight yet. Alright, damn.
We have to get over the gate! Break through! Quick, before they regroup!
Bam. There's like ambient fight sounds happening regardless of how many people are actually in combat. There's gotta be like one guy left somewhere, he ran away. Just an actual fight. Oh. It's a Robard. Where's the action at? There's someone in here? She's an old whore. I know she's been fucking other young men.
out, you rat! Come out and fight like a man!
I don't think so. I like it better right here.
Would you rather hide behind my wife like some mangy whelp?
I could just as easily cut her throat. I have hostages enough, and strong walls to protect me. Bring him here.
Oh.
Radzig? What do you want, you viper?
Let me think. Actually, there's nothing I want from you. Except maybe to see you all die. Fire! Burn it down!
Oh no, not the shoulder. That's the most important joint.
Christ. Are you all right?
I'll live. Whew, but I don't think I'll be wielding a sword for a while.
Oh, we have men enough for sword wielding. A good lord is harder to come by.
How the hell did they get Radzig? I didn't make it to the gate.
He was charging against reinforcements from the castle.
We have to save Sir my father, somehow.
And we have to save my wife and get our home back.
My friend, I think you know as well as I. We have to lay siege.
No. No.
I think you know as well as I have laid your
We
woman.
have to try all our other options.
Sir, if a few men could scale the western wall after dark, maybe they could get inside, free the hostages, and open the gate. That is, if they're holding them in the courtyard, as we've always done.
Well, that's a big if. What if they're seen and they can't raise the portcullis quietly?
Sir Hanush, if we can save just one hostage.
It's a perilous undertaking. Who would you send?
I'll go.
Then let us make ready.
I'll just trust me. I know Radzig and Hanish trust me, but you, Divish? Oh. Garbage.
I'd better get ready for the night raid. Some light clothing would be best. Dark colours.
Alright, defense setting, that's usually good. What do we got here? That's pretty dope. Run faster in combat, also kind of dope. It's kind of hot, but I feel like my speech is good enough to not need intimidation so often. Also kind of dope. It's weird that it's put in defense, but I guess it's because of it being armor related. Cool. think that'll have an effect on my speed. Have I not been wearing leg plate this whole time? Did I get rid of my leg plate? No, okay, it was first thing I took off, never mind. And that's my noisiest piece. Like, I could freaking... Don't matter, just no plate. I actually have less noise with those on. It's crazy. We are Light Boy Henry now.
I have some trophy.
Show me. So many. Mine.
This is about hunting humans in the woods like you did with bandits. It's just an ambient quest.
I'm ready.
Are you sure? You should wear lightweight black clothing. Anything you don't need, you can leave here. I don't want you...
Yes.
See you later. If any of you are having second thoughts, this is your last chance to speak. Very well. So I hope we're all clear on what has to be done. We need to free the hostages to deprive Toth of his advantage. Now he'll be keeping them somewhere where they can be guarded, but somewhere separate from his other men.
And where would that be?
We always kept our captives in the house on the Bailey by the
That Hands? Is he fighting?
They're in their tower or somewhere else.
Then we'll have to go to the gate and try to open it. But that will take time and attract attention. So we can only do it if we know exactly how things stand. And if they sound the alarm, before we've done anything, we get out of there quick. Understood?
And leave them there?
Better a couple of hostages than a pile of corpses. Lord Capon, are you quite certain you want to engage in this action?
Quite. After all, it can't be much different from sneaking out of the upper castle in Rattay and back in every night. Besides, who else will keep this hothead from raising bloody mayhem?
Well, see to it that you do, my lord. May God guide our footsteps.
I think I got a spare Night Eye potion from the escape mission. So that'll be pretty dope if I do.
This will be something.
A yeah, baby, it's like night and day. The beautiful, tasteful nightscape that doesn't have to fucking blind you. Did you miss when video games did this? At first I thought the whole realistic lighting thing was cool and like it was like nice that you have a reason to use a torch or something. But I don't know, sometimes it's just too much. It can be frustrating. Like you do it in Skyrim and then you immediately go, oh wait, let me get the fucking belt-mounted lantern mod instead. Because I don't like not being able to use my two-handed weapons or my spells or my shield.
What are they waiting for? Why do I bother asking?
Oh, be quiet and watch that light on the battlements.
What do you think you're doing? Never mind to call the guards.
Shut the fuck up. We're on a stealth mission.
Fuck this waiting, I'm gonna climb.
I'll put on his armor and watch this side, but there are still 2 guards on the portcullis winch to deal with. Any volunteers?
Henry will do it.
Buffoon. Henry, then. Just make sure you keep quiet.
Sees us. Fooling around the portcullis is bound to draw attention. First, we have to find the hostages. Then we can come back and deal with the rest.
I don't want these assholes waking up.
Is someone there?
Careful here. All doors lead to the courtyard. All it takes is for one man to go for a piss and he'll see us. Easy now. We're almost there. Let's not fuck it up at the 11th hour.
We should put these out.
Where's Sir Radzig and Lady Stephanie?
Lady Stephanie? She's not here. She must be held somewhere else.
Where? Where is she being held, and where's Sir Radzig?
I suppose the lady might be in her chamber. We don't know anything. They herded us here and told us not to move a muscle. Farewell.
Who are you?
Damn it all. We'll have to go back empty-handed. I really thought we could pull it off.
We're not going anywhere. Not without my father and Lady Stephanie.
And how are we meant to find them? They're not in the stables or anywhere nearby. You want to creep right inside the palace where Toth's men are everywhere?
Yes. We can't leave them in Toth's hands.
It was hard enough getting this far, but going inside is madness. What good will it do them if we get caught?
Then we mustn't get caught.
Listen, Hal, I can appreciate your stubbornness, usually. But this could cost us our heads. At least we saved those other people.
Cost you your head, I'm wearing a helmet.
I told you, I'm not leaving here without the hostages. If you're determined to be a stubborn ox, go right ahead. I suppose you might as well look for your sword while you're at it. No point leaving the job half done.
Save your speeches. Are you going to help me or not?
If you want to get yourself killed, you can do it alone. But before you go raising bloody mayhem, give us time to get out of here.
Come on then. Let's get the fuck out of here before they catch us. Gorva! Fuck my ass!
You got the old Shrek shot.
In my ass! See for yourself if you don't believe me! This isn't very comfortable. Can't you stop hopping around with me? My arse is killing me. Quick! They're right behind us. That is, behind you. They're in front of me, and I can't do anything. If you don't get a move on, they'll stab you in the back right under my nose.
Over here!
Run, for Christ's sake, and don't shake me so much.
Hey! All of you, gather here! Raise the alarm!
Faster!
Raise the alarm! Watch out!
Alarm!
I have to admit, we didn't do too well.
True, the shame of it. They drove us back before we even got anywhere. It's worse than if they'd killed us.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. We had to give it a try. If we succeeded.
If pigs had wings. I know it troubles you, but it's not over yet. We'll rescue the hostages and hang that bastard Istvan.
Freed some hostages? What are you talking about? Was I supposed to open the gate? Did I miss that?
It seems, Robard, that we're running out of options.
We don't have enough men to scale the walls with ladders.
Phantom limb?
Can't afford to lose any more. We can only take Talmberg by a ruse or with superior numbers. Ruses have failed, and we don't have superior numbers.
Then we are left with no choice but to build a trebuchet. To demolish my own walls. Where is Master Fafar?
He's waiting. We sent for him as soon as...
Bring him to me. Let's not waste time.
Sir Divish.
You will build me a trebuchet, Master Tobias.
Trebuchet, my lord. That's not entirely in my field of expertise.
We have to take back Talmberg.
Yes, indeed, sir. I understand that.
You are the best engineer we can rely on in the whole fiefdom.
Oh, well, thank you, my lord, but it's just that I've never built a trebuchet before. This could take some time.
Then you'd better get to it. Bernard will go over the plan of attack with you.
Oh.
Well, Master Tobias, you have much to do and little time. I will not keep you any longer.
Indeed. Of course, sir. Thank you, my lord.
And the boomer asks you to
How
fix
are the
his
preparations
computer.
proceeding in the other camps?
As well as can be expected under the circumstances.
Because you're young.
There are still many things that need doing, but I just don't have the time for them.
No, you don't.
Oh yeah, I know how to use the internet.
Henry. Yes, sir.
I know how to hack.
I would like for you to help with the preparations in the encampments.
Gladly, sir.
Robard will brief you. That'll be all.
Okay, now we are being blinded. Stuff re-equip. My tailor kit. Cool. Emerald Bard, give me some side quests.
What needs to be done?
Look, a military encampment's a complicated thing. I don't expect it to be as peaceful and orderly as Holy Mass. But what we have here now is havoc. The men are as nervous and short-tempered as caged bears. When you walk around the camps, you'll see for yourself. Grumbling everywhere, complaints about everything from the gruel to the fleas. They're moaning they've drunk the alehouse dry, and now they have to wait for the next batch of beer. We've got dead who deserve a decent burial, and a lot of wounded, including one of their lordships. The less the troops grumble, the better off we'll all be. But that's not even the main problem.
What do you mean?
Did you hear what Sir Divish was saying to Fafar, our master builder?
I heard some of it.
And what did you make of it?
He said he'd never built a trebuchet catapult. I wouldn't even know where to start, but he might.
But, if it'll take him as long as he said, we can't wait until Judgment Day. We don't have that much time.
I'll try to ask him if I can help in some way.
You should definitely do that. Without a trebuchet, we're much too weak.
How
are you faring, Sir Raybard?
How do you think I'm faring, lad? There's some cutthroat thug lolling about in my bed at the castle.
Well, at least no one's raised Talmberg.
Not so far. Though we may end up doing it ourselves to smoke the bastard out.
I imagine Sir Divish isn't taking it too well.
And why do you think he handed command over to me? But it pains my heart, too. That place is my home.
Yeah, well, at least they don't have, like, frivolous possessions like we do. You lose your home, that's all you're losing, the home.
Is there anything you can tell me about Talmberg's weak points?
The truth is, Talmberg has far too few weaknesses. Who'd have thought that was something I'd come to regret?
And what about the walls? Which side is the most vulnerable?
The south and east are solid. It would be useless to try anything there.
It's best defended from the north, and as for the west...
From the west is where we tried it, and got royally fucked, if you recall. But I think in the end we'll try that way again, only this time we'll do it better.
Okay.
Is there some way we can get through the gate?
There are steps from the gate up to the walkway on the battlements, and I don't know how Istvan's covering them. Then there's the portcullis to get through. A big battering ram might breach it, but how could you get one that close? I reckon we'll have to set fire to it.
Stack up brushwood and light it?
Brushwood, timber, anything that burns, soaked in as much pitch as possible. The local charcoal burners surely have some.
And even if it doesn't burn the gate right down, it'll weaken it and make it easier to break through.
Exactly.
Pity they didn't stay holed up in Vranik for longer. It would have been...
Toth is a wily fox. If he'd had all his men with him there would have been real carnage. It's likely we only won there because he'd already gone and taken most of his best soldiers with him.
Is there anything else I can help?
Well, we need some pitch. I know you had dealings with the charcoal burners.
I've met a few, true enough.
Then have a look around the area. If you manage to find any pitch, bring it to our quartermaster in the camp at the quarry.
Alright. What's this at point E? Lots and lots of stuff. That's a walk. Let's go to B first then. Right. Well, Sir Divish all the way out there. Must be charcoal burners. Night Eye potion's almost worn off.
Be a bit more.
Shut up.
God be with you, lad. What can I do for you?
Sir Robard sent me to you. He said you have to build a trebuchet.
Indeed. A trebuchet that can smash the walls of Talmberg. I, a mining engineer. What do I know of war machines? I'll never manage it on my own.
Well, I'd like to help you, but how? I don't know anything about trebuchets either.
Actually, there is a way you could help. Konrad Kyeser came to Sasso recently. If you could get him to come here, it would save my skin.
Konrad Kyeser? Who's he?
He's a scholar who studied medicine, but he also designed siege engines. He even took part in the siege of Nicopolis, together with Sigismund.
With Sigismund?
He was with Sigismund?
It's not so straightforward. They quarrelled after the battle, after Konrad blamed their defeat on Sigismund.
I don't suppose he took that too well.
Quite. That's what led to Konrad being banished from Prague and making a base at Bethlen Castle.
Banished? Like a common criminal?
He was a member of the court and a doctor and a master engineer, so nothing quite that bad befell him. I've even heard he has a whole host of wise men with him and they're writing some book together.
Alright.
Alright, I'll do what I can.
Thank you, Henry. Maybe we will build that trebuchet after all. See you later.
Yeah.
I'm at your service, Sir Knight.
How are we doing with the food?
Who wants to know? One of their lordships?
No, I just wondered if there was anything you're short of.
Oh, I see. The lordling is wondering if we're in urgent need of anything. Well, well. To tell the truth, we don't have much meat. They bring it round often enough, but never as much as they should.
Yes, I've heard something like that.
I'll say. Every other man's moaning on about it. The gamekeepers are doing all they can, but they can't keep up. So if you know how to help them out, bring it right here. I'll take care of the rest.
Fine, I'll keep that in mind. Do we have any beer?
Christ, I wish we did. Our ale's all gone and we've drained the local inn dry.
That's bad news.
Don't I know it? You can't go and catch a beer in the woods either. But if you happen to know about some, let's hear it. News like that'd refresh me almost as much as a drink. And the lads, too. Farewell.
I could probably go to Andrew. Wanna give me beer? We're old friends, right?
Shit. Sod off.
Bernard.
Shit. Sod off.
Oh, it is kind of early in the morning, isn't it? Fine. Have it your way, you son of a bitch. What's this a point B? Local taverns, okay. And what about this meat? They're like an amount 200. Ooh. Yeah, it's not a lot actually. It's not any specific kind, so I can just go poach a few things. I am the master huntsman around these parts. I know there's a lot of good spots up towards Divis actually.
Yeah.
Right, just over here. That's my house. There he is. Looking a little stoic.
Greetings. What do you need?
How do you feel, Sir Divish? How's the shoulder?
I felt better, boy. I feel awful, truth be told, and my shoulder's paining me.
Let someone tend to the wound and you'll soon be better.
The flesh can be healed, perhaps, but the spirit... Henry, can you do something for me?
What is it you need, sir?
I need a priest as well as a physician. The closest was in Rovna, but I don't know what happened to him. And then there's the one from Ujits. What's his name?
Godwin. But why would you need a priest? The wound will heal, especially with the help of one of the monks.
It's not about me. I've got a lot of wounded here that won't see morning, and dead men, and I have to confess my sins. See you later.
God wouldn't help me out.
We can take care of it ourselves.
That's actually kind of cute. They're sending me to look for important people. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I do have connections. These guys are an old friend of mine. You'll help us.
Yeah.
Man of the people. My boys need their schmeat. I think my best bet's just a bag of deer. Gotta have 200 pieces on it, right? I think I have enough money to get the church repairs done. We'll stop by Privet Slavitz at some point. I think these woods might intentionally be barren, like all the soldiers are hunting in here, poaching.
Yeah.
Bandits. Try going a bit deeper in this way, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe because it's the same forest, I don't know, man. Whatever. I'll talk to Godwin.
Yeah.
Sure, I can bag something on the way back from Sasau. Plenty far away in it.
Hey.
Floating heads, you love to see it.
Good day.
Good day.
There's something I need from you, Father Godwin.
Is there, my son? How can I help?
There are a lot of dead and wounded at Talmberg, and no one to make the sign of the cross on their foreheads.
Has someone requested my services?
Sir Divish himself.
Well, 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 Sir Divish sends for me, and you're doing the asking, young Hal. How could I refuse? I'll go there right away. Goodbye.
They must be friends. Either that, or he thinks he's about to get paid. What the tavern master has to say too. I think Andrew's probably my guy, but we'll see.
I hope I can be of help.
I need to bring a few kegs of beer back to Talmberg.
I've hardly any beer left, but I have got a lot of goat's milk. Do you think that might lift their spirits? Good luck to you.
Perhaps. Goat's milk is pretty sweet. Spoils easy though. Give the men shits. I suppose walking in the battle with an empty asshole is the way to go.
Yeah.
Right, so I decided to play Mario Sunshine. Obviously I had it when I was a kid. I had GameCubes, I didn't have a PlayStation. I had an Xbox sometime after 360 came out. I got my Xbox. And yeah, I basically did not have a PlayStation for a very long time. Nintendo child. I played plenty of Sunshine. But I never ever finished it. And you know, when I got the PC, you got Dolphin, you like, oh, it's been Mario Sunshine. You just play a little, like, yeah, music, feel like a kid. And again, I just never finished it. So, you know, I wanted to make it a point to finally go and play this fucking game. And I did it on the Switch with the, you know, the 3-pack All-Stars collection. I've beaten Galaxy before, and, you know, that's a great game. I've beaten 64 before, also a great game. Never beaten Sunshine. And you know what? My final opinions on it? It's not a great game. I enjoy the first 3 levels, alright? What is it? Rico Harbor? That one has some issues with, like, half of it being water and, like, swimming being super underdeveloped. It just sucks. It's slow. Not too many of the missions require you to climb up onto the freaking chain link rafters, but when you fall down, it's ass. But, you know, I mostly like that level. The freaking loopy surfing, you bump into something, you automatically die, and then you boot it out of the level, and you gotta jump back in every fucking time. Double loading screen. That's abysmal. But, you know, Gelato Beach, Pina Hills, I think it's called, in Rico Harbor, those are the alright levels. The, the hotel, I think it's called Serena Beach, Noki Bay, and, the Pina Village, those ones are ass, and the amusement park is, like, mid. Talk more in a sec. Where is the spokesman, or new brand?
I'm honored that you...
I'm looking for some pitch for Talmberg.
Already? What happened to the last lot we supplied?
I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Do you have any, or don't you?
I do. I had a buyer lined up, but it's been a while since he showed his face. What do you need it for?
Talmberg's been taken by a horde of brigands, so we're laying siege to it. We could use some pitch.
Christ blood. I hadn't heard the news. All right, it's all yours. You gave us a hand with that ginger when we needed it, and if it's for Sir Divish, I know my duty. If you want to haul it away yourself, feel free, or I can get someone to deliver it to you.
Thank you. God bless you.
God be with you.
Okay, so, yeah, I feel like each level is different enough that they justify their own discussions. But I want to start with the game, right? So, this is the one where you have a backpack made by Professor Egad, just like Luigi's Mansion, yeah? Luigi gets the vacuum, Mario gets the power washer. So it's called Flood. It's a water gun. You jump in the water when it's empty, and then you shoot it to spray paint. Spray off paint. The paint's the bad stuff. You get covered in shit all the time. Everything's very slippery. And aiming is awful. It is just awful. I don't know if the original game had an option to invert the controls, but doing that makes it feel so much better. Even then, you still have to stand still to aim, and that is just always abysmal in my opinion, even in Resident Evil. Because, like, you have these hard angles on a very imprecise stick, and then, like, things go back to center when you let go. It's just like, your accuracy just goes out the fucking window when you're at long range. It only works for short and mid-range stuff, really. And keep in mind, the GameCube had 2 sticks, so if you're standing still, there's no reason that you can't use one to, like, move your weapon around the other to control the camera or whatever. It's fine that you don't let your character move while aiming, alright? I don't have an issue with that as a concept. It's that the fucking aiming itself is severely hindered by you standing still and having to just look like this. Not being able to fine-tune with strafing.
Good day, Henry.
So, like, I don't love the way that feels.
The best of health.
Andrew, there's no more beer in Talmberg, and the soldiers are starting to grumble. Can't you send some there?
I could. There's nothing in it for me.
And you pay your ale
As a matter of
taxes.
interest, who do you pay your taxes to?
You're saying I should be paying to Talmberg, told Sir Divish? When Sir Havel of Waldeck was the master here, I managed to wriggle out of it. Nobody's come collecting since.
Well, right now, there are 3 noblemen camped by Talmberg, one of whom might be very interested to learn about all the tax you owe. I imagine he might want to collect it in the form of beer.
When you put it like that, I have got a few kegs I could send over. I won't lose out too much. They'd only spoil if I kept them longer, and I'd have to throw them away.
Just remember, if you poison them, they'll hang you for it.
Those soldiers would drink it up long before it has time to go off. And what's more, what with all that cabbage being eaten, it wouldn't occur to anyone the shits came courtesy of the beer. I'll have them loaded up right away and taken there. And give their lordships my regards. Tell them I'm sending my best beer as a gift. Why the devil shouldn't I get some goodwill out of this at least?
One beer for me.
Good luck.
Cool, we got beer. Hold on. My cat's actually in the vet hospital today. He hasn't shat in like a week. So I'm getting an update on him at the moment. Damn. That could not have been any more on topic, but it was unrelated to my cat. He sent me to the place we sent them to. They've been like avoiding taxes. They didn't pay almost $1 million. And the doctor got arrested for it. So obviously that's not the current doctor there, but shit. See if I can't bag a boar or something over here, yeah. So what was I saying? We're talking about flood. So yeah, that's like the gun nozzle. It controls a bit ass, but it's fine. It sputters everywhere. It's very imprecise on its own, even if you could aim well. So it's whatever. But if you press X, you can switch to your secondary nozzle, which by default is set to hover. And that's like my favorite mechanic, I guess. Like, it's good to jump and have like that hover boost. It lets you correct the jumping that otherwise feels rather imprecise. I think that because of how shitty the jumping feels in general, it's like too mandatory for you to have it, but there are 2 other secondary nozzles that you replace it with occasionally, and it just feels awful to not have 3 nozzles. And like, you need this hover thing at all fucking times. But occasionally you have to replace it with a jet booster, which, yeah, it's very imprecise to control after you've boosted, so you either land or you're fucked. It would be great if you could use your hover nozzle to fucking correct after doing the boost, but nah. There's one that's like an ass booster for the ground, and that one's kind of fun to play with. I don't have any issues with that one. Other than that, if you use it to jump a long gap, which they do have a single mission for, again, it would be nice to have the hover nozzle to correct yourself. So, did you hear all that I said? Like, you just gotta correct yourself all the fucking time. And that's because Mario himself controls kinda like ass without Flood. And, like, keep in mind, Mario 64 was made before this. That was, like, their first 3D game ever. And they fucking nailed it in that. And they just, you know, the controls are so much worse. He feels slippery. There's no coyote time on any of the jumps. It's difficult to tell where you are in space. Everything's kind of, like, bright and blurry all the time because it's supposed to be sunshine, you know? The camera's kind of ass in general. You don't have a lot of moves. There is no crouch to do like an instant backflip. You have to do a quick turnaround move, which can be a little finicky and precise at times. You can do a wall jump, which they kind of expect you to do like a forward wall jump, like you jump into a wall and back to keep moving forward, rather than just jumping up a wall. And that doesn't always work out super well. And, you know, I'm talking about all that because they take away FLUDD very often. There are, like, plenty of secret stages. Most levels have 2 of them. And those ones you do without FLUDD. It's just like shit floating in space like Mario Galaxy, but, like, less inspired. Because it'll be, like, toy box pieces or whatever. And then you have to go back to these levels later with FLUDD and collect red coins, which is also awful, because they're made mostly for you to just run through, like, collapsing surfaces and moving platforms. So when these coins are positioned high above, like, you need to do one of those backward jumps, which you need to run forward and back to execute to jump high enough, you will usually find yourself about to fall off this fucking platform, and you will need to use FLUDD to correct. Why am I not finding this boar pit? Did I not put the fucking marker directly on it? I did not. Yeah, it literally just spawned because I got here. Too funny.
Yeah.
I don't know, that boar probably has a ton of meat, doesn't he? Close. 85, I will need, 15 pieces. You can do like a little forward dive move. I think Odyssey had it too. Though that was more of like an airborne thing, but you know, you can like slide on surfaces. You just spam it and go fast. It's pretty fun to use. If you like squirt the floor first, you'll make a slip and slide and you'll go even faster with it, which is kind of a dope mechanic. That's like the one thing that they like added that was original that I actually liked. They got rid of the kick. You know, Mario 64, you're able to punch things. And it was a kick. And you jump on things, you can do the butt pound. It's basically the same as jumping. There's almost no reason to butt pound.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, you have a very limited moveset. I feel like you're able to do so much more in Mario 64, and then, like, obviously the last Mario game I played was Odyssey, so, like, that game had all the moves. That shit was nuts. And, like, even Galaxy feels better, which I know you don't have much you do in that either. Like, you got your spin move, basically the kick, and you got your crouch jumps, and you can do the back forth jump. I don't know, like, it just feels like you have so much less, even though, like, a good game like Galaxy has more. Only slightly more, I mean. And also comparing it to the other games, there's just much less variety. Every level is set in Isle Delfino, so like it's mostly beaches and just like maybe a tropical florist here or there. Like it all feels very samey. Whereas in every other game, you go to every single environment imaginable. Oh, and the final level's ass. I don't even really need... That one's gonna be a short discussion. Basically, it's a long hallway. There's spike traps to auto-kill you and fire traps to auto-kill you. But they don't auto-kill you. You just, like, touch them and it spams you with damage. You don't get knocked back or anything, so it is an auto-kill. But it feels like bullshit because it doesn't just auto-kill you, you know? The spikes are on a timer. You have to squirt the fire to put it out real quick. Sometimes you'll have to be on a spike floor, very quickly shoot, and then jump before the spikes come up. And it is on such a short timer. And then when they're up, it's on such a long timer. So if you're trying to time it properly so you have enough time to shoot the fire after landing, you may find yourself hovering above the spikes and then running out of hover juice and landing on the spikes before they've gone down. And that's only the first half of the level. Thankfully, they give you a free mushroom there, so it's not like all these deaths you're getting are gonna cause you game over or anything. But then you have to steer a boat. And this boat is ridiculous. You shoot backwards, and it pushes you forward, right? But because the flood is so inaccurate, sometimes shooting straight backwards will result in you turning slightly in one direction or another, so then you turn to like try and correct it, right? But then by then like the heading of the boat is so off that it doesn't turn the way you expect, and like it has something to do with center of mass maybe changing with where you're standing on the boat, which is like complicated for Smooth Brain to figure out. And just in general, it just doesn't steer the way you'd expect it to. What ended up happening was I just kind of winged it, made sure I was making forward momentum, and then when I approached the wall, I was thankfully able to squirt against the wall to keep myself from crashing into it at the very least, and I just tap it to try and get my direction changed in the correct way. And it was so fucking frustrating. Because the boat freaking sinks if it touches anything. That's the whole issue. There's no safety, there's no checkpoint. You gotta do the whole ordeal over again if you fuck up.
Good health.
And then you do the booster pack up some clouds, which a little annoying. Almost died from the fall damage, but it wasn't too difficult.
How are the men holding up?
They're a rabble. The out-of-towners are desperate to go home. And the locals, they've got nowhere else to go. So they're just generally complaining.
Are they causing trouble?
No trouble as such. It's true, I've caught a few of them asleep on their watch. There's nothing a couple of lashes of the whip can't cure.
Well, there might be a simpler solution.
Whipping a man, simple enough. Just give one of them a beating, the others will remember. When they forget, do it again.
But then you'd have an injured soldier. It occurred to me a herbal potion might do the trick.
I never heard of any wives' quackery helping troop morale. But Christ knows they could do with something to flush the booze out of them and keep their eyes open. Take care.
Maybe the herbalist by Ujits.
Good health.
I brought you some...
Stack it.
That's the lot.
Wow, it's money.
Great. If we're really going to have to storm the walls, then at least it should be with full bellies. Oh, and here's something for your trouble.
I've arranged some...
You're a proper treasure, you are. I'm gonna put a word in about how well you look after us. Like your own kith and kin.
The charcoal burners nearby have some stocks of pitch they'll let us have.
That's handy. So Robard will be pleased. What little we had left was running out, and he was getting worried.
Well, he can stop worrying.
Good. I'll get someone to take care of it. Farewell.
Bro, we just made like 1,000 from that. Pretty easy. What do we got here? Herbalist. Yeah, that is the one in Ujits. Exactly what I was thinking of. Like D. Physician. Right. And the final boss at the end of it, it was just like too easy. Bowser, like, he's in a ring in the center and you run around the ring. He breathes fire at you from one direction or another, no biggie. And Bowser Jr.'s in the ring too, shooting missiles at you from above, which are easy enough to dodge. You tap them with water, it's whatever, they'll blow up. And you just, like, rocket pack around to the 5 points of the star-shaped ring and ground pound them from up in the air. It's nothing. It was, like, baby dick easy.
Yeah.
No spinny spin so long, gay Bowser. Like, it just ends so abruptly. I thought there would be a second phase to it and was extremely disappointed. So that's like the one part of the game that I've never actually played. I've never unlocked the final level, but I've been to all the other stages before. And it was just absolute frustration followed by disappointment. Okay, so I guess the first level you get to talk about is, Delfino Plaza, right? It's just the hub world, but it technically has a crap ton of shine sprites in it. I think I found like 26 of them, and then there's the one for collecting 100 coins. There's all the blue coins hidden around. And there's like bonus stages probably added to that total. Keep in mind, I tried to do everything, but I did not collect all the blue coins, because that seemed ridiculous. I got which ones I could find, but, like, having thoroughly explored a lot of levels, I was left with, like, 23 out of 25 on most of them, and I was like, ugh. And there are a couple levels in particular where I did not want to be bothered to get the coins, because they looked fucking abysmal to try to get. Like the final level, Corona Mountain. Because you had to try and steer that unsteerable boat in a fucking circle to grab all these things. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, Delfino Harbor, mostly alright, but some of the bonus stages were miserable. There's one where you have to, like, wait for boats to carry Yoshi across the water to get to a small island and put out a fire that's blocking a pipe. And, Yeah, Yoshi can't swim, so you have to wait for these boats. It's a very long process. Feels like 10 minutes every time. It's probably less than that, but, you know, I'm so bored just waiting for it. Yoshi himself is on a timer, so you have to make sure you're eating fruit in between. Then you get to the level, and it is absolutely evil. So if you happen to run out of lives, you have to go through that whole ordeal again. No level has you, like, ride a leaf. It steers the same way as the boat, but because it's a leaf and not a boat, it turns exactly the way you'd want it to. So that's not so bad, but the leaf itself has, like, a limited time before it starts to shrink and disappear. And if you fall in the water, it's instant death. And you're supposed to be collecting red coins on this fast-moving physics object that is shrinking. Big pain in the ass. You gotta do it all in one shot.
Jesus Christ be praised.
And the water's moving, so if you miss something, you can't push yourself backwards. That's the most terrible part of it. Like, even if you were just feathering the pushes, it would still be moving.
The troops are falling asleep on guard duty. Do you have anything to help?
There's a recipe I know. I could brew up enough for 2 or 3 men with what I have here.
No, I need enough for a whole bloody encampment. Actually, for 3 camps.
That much? It would take me a week just to pick the herbs for it. Unless you were to do a bit of the legwork yourself.
Seems only reasonable, since I'm the one who wants it. What do you need?
1 handful of valerian and 2 of mint, but make sure it's fresh. And a little wormwood wouldn't hurt.
God be with you.
I feel like I have the wormwood already, but I'll just buy it. Yeah, I'll fucking buy it. I bought the valerian, so I need mint. Movement, she said. Whoa, a handful is a lot more than I thought. What the fuck? I guess I could pick from the gardens in Sasau if I head that way. Pretty sure mint just looks like fucking grass. Oh, it's gonna be hard to find, and like I don't even know what valerian is. Is it a purple flower or something like that? Pure coincidence that I'm looking at purple flowers right now, but those are not valerian. Oh, crap. There's usually secret herb gardens marked on the map, aren't there? Might even be able to buy something in Rabbit's Labbits. Gonna make a stop up there. See what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucked. There's the Pachinko level. Go look up Aaron Hansen's Rage at the Pachinko. And you will know exactly how I feel. I was absolutely foaming at the mouth. The physics in it are very literally fake. There are invisible walls all over the machine. It is just a complete crapshoot whether or not you're going to survive it. And if you do happen to occasionally miss and hit the bottom, it just goes out into the void, you are completely fucked. Be prepared to get all the game overs. Your backpack doesn't do much for you. You can either extend your jump or that's it. You can't use it to, like, stop yourself above the slot that you want to land in or anything. And very occasionally I get stuck in between the pegs and the glass and just have to fucking exit the level. There's this stupid slide one, which isn't too bad, but if you happen to slide off the edge, you won't be able to, like, flood hover. You have to do the jump yourself if you want to do the hover, which is just stupid. I don't know, there are a couple of minigame tasks to get blue coins. That's probably where most of the stars you get come from there. Purchasing the blue coins. And there's 26 of them. There's definitely weren't 26 to collect, so... There's probably 30 in total, but I obviously didn't get all of them. Just thinking that's where the large number came from. There were small tasks, things to explore, bells to clean off, stuff like that. But, you know, a couple of those levels were miserable. The first level, Pinate Hills, I think it was called, something hills. It's got the windmills. You need to fight one of the paint monsters to paint flowers to even get into it.
Can't just drop everything and leave.
And I just wanted to mention that because those things disappear after, like, the first 3 levels. You fight, like, 5 of them in the whole game, and then they're just gone. And, like, the whole concept of paint is more or less gone from there, which is really silly. But, you know, I more or less like this level. And just clean up some paint, fight a paint monster, do it again. There's the boss with the piranha plant that throws up water, kind of gross but fun. Plenty of land, not a lot of swimming, good. It's got 2 secret levels that aren't too terrible, though I, you know, just express my general dislike for them. The boss comes back for round 2 and it flies, and that one is annoying because you have to, like, pick up these little balloon boys and shoot them at it, which I've explained how awful aiming is, especially at long range, and here you are aiming at something that's fucking flying in the sky. Like, no thanks. $11,000. '21st unit. You're talking about Kingdom Come, right? You wanna know if you should buy this game? I think so, probably. But I'm gonna need to know a little more about your habits. Everybody likes Elder Scrolls, but have you played something like Mountain Blade before, something that's a little more simulation heavy? Or any other immersive sim for that matter, something like Prey 2016 or Deus Ex. The Church. The Witcher and Elder Scrolls, yeah. And everybody loves those, but, like, you know, those are more casual things. Not that they're not great games. They're just easier to get into. Whereas with this, it has a tough learning curve. 17,000. So I need to dump like 6 into this. Yeah, like you really can't fight or anything from the start of this game. You have to absolutely train your ass off before you're able to kill a man. Because that's how severe the skill scaling is. Like you're starting 10 points or whatever, and one-handed is not enough. You're gonna have to train that up to 20. And then you'll be able to swing the sword at a fast enough speed to actually land a hit. The game also has some light survival elements, like you need to eat and sleep, but that's not too bad. But you need to save by sleeping, which can be a little frustrating, especially when you're not used to the combat yet. And the combat itself is a unique thing worth experiencing, but it can be, like, extremely unwieldy in groups. Like, group combat's usually not the strong suit in most games with melee combat, but with this one, it's very lock-on heavy, and if you're fighting more than one opponent, you are more or less screwed. But in one-on-ones, it's, like, very intense, very fun. Maybe if you've played For Honor before, you'd kinda get what's going on with, like, the star point system, how you have to block from each direction, swing the counter where they're guarding from. Mountain Blade does it too a little. What was I doing? I was trying to put money in this. Roshin. I needed like 6,000. $17, okay. Let's build that church. So I think that all the quests in this game are really fun. Even if a lot of them are kind of like fetchy at first. Like I did a lot of thieving missions for the first few days we played this.
I want to build something.
And, you know, Henry himself, very charming character.
What's it to be?
So, even when you're just getting your ass kicked, I think that all the writing and stuff will help keep you around while you're getting used to the quirks. Immersion, and they're going for like a full immersive thing here, right? Like it's all realistic. There is no magic or anything like that. There is a little alchemy to give yourself some buffs, but nothing too crazy. Eating and sleeping, I said it's not too difficult. They're like these fucking... I'll show you what I'm talking about, actually. Like...
I want to build...
Oops. Exit. Jeez. So you can eat a piece of bread, and that'll give you, like, 5 points of hunger, or you can look around for these communal pots of orange slop, and these will give you, like, 25 points of hunger. And these are completely free. It's not stealing if you go into someone's house and eat their orange slop. So that's kind of like a running gag with the community that you just never have to eat. Everybody just goes for the magic slop. And you can put something in the spot to, like, add effects to it, I guess. Like, I don't really know how that works. It's not a system you have to mess with, because it will refresh itself automatically. So, like, that's, like, the one immersion-breaking thing. And otherwise, everything's just, like, a little goofy, but nothing breaks character. It never makes it apparent that you're playing a video game, except maybe the crime system with how you get let out of jail in just a couple days. But, you know, that's a consent that has to be made for the video game, right? But stuff like your carry weight and whatnot, that's all very strict. you have to get like all of the inventory increasing perks if you want to wear a full suit of plate without having your inventory completely loaded. And there are even benefits to wearing just light armor in terms of stamina management and stuff. And I think that having your health bar reduced, it reduces your max stamina, which you use for all your attacks and your blocking. And I think that that's really cool for immersion as well, because it makes it so when you're beat up, you're able to do less. Like, you get exhausted from fighting.
I want to build.
I wanted to build that church.
Let's finish fixing.
Good. We've got everything. Come along with me to the site where we'll be building.
Yeah, I think you should. You can definitely pick it up the whole complete edition at a very steep discount. I think that, I think I bought this one on GOG for like $5 maybe. GOG is kind of predatory in how when you wishlist things, you will get an email the next day like, we have this exclusive discount for you. But that totally worked out for me in this case. So maybe give that a try if you like to use GOG. And yeah, you take care of yourself.
We're gonna build here?
Right here. Ready to start?
I'm ready.
I'll just quickly check again that we have everything we need. We've still got the means. We'll get stuck in them.
Well, I'm not about to shill for GOG or anything. It's owned by CD Projekt Red, so obviously they've lost a lot of goodwill when they released Cyberpunk. GOG is all DRM free stuff, and obviously they have support for old games that don't work anymore. Stuff that's sold on Steam and does not run on modern hardware. That's like the good thing I can say about them, at least. But yeah, I don't know, I just go wherever has the best deal. As should you. The church is built. Does that mean I've finished the main part of this quest? Altar fresco, 4,000, 3,000, I need 7,000. Yeah, we ain't finishing that. Talk to him though, see what he says about this.
So, how am I doing with the village?
Let's see. The village's income is very good. Sir Divish will be pleased. The village is big enough now. Sir Divish can bring in more people if he wants, and start expanding as he was planning. I see the church is keeping the rain out at least. It still needs work, though. We're on the right track, but we haven't reached the end yet.
All right, I'll get stuck in.
Yeah, I tried. This expansion wants so much money from you. Right, Right. I need to collect herbs. We're just gonna go down to Sasau. I don't know if I want to collect those herbs, but they might have a garden around this herbalist, so I'll check that out. At the very least, I can buy their stock. Horse boy. There you go. Pebbles. Jesus Christ. So, what was I talking about before? Mario, yeah, whatever. First level, not so bad. Second level, you unlock is Rico Harbor, and I love the song there. Half the level good, half the level bad. You got 2 fights against a big blooper. You gotta like rip its lips off. It's kind of brutal, but I like that fight. There's paint all over the level. One of the levels that has paint. Or most of them don't. It has a couple annoying missions, right? There's one where you ride little baby bloopies, and if you crash into anything, that's instant death. They kind of control like ass. There's no way to really modify their speed.
Yeah.
Just a bit lame. You actually end up having to cheat to get through one of the levels. I felt that the turns at the end of it were way too tight. So you had to like jump over a wall instead to avoid doing the turns altogether. Half the level has like a big chain link cage you're supposed to crawl on over it. And you gotta climb that. You only do that like once though, so it's not a big deal. But falling off it is ass because you'll end up in water, and the swimming mechanics are just completely undeveloped. Like, there's nothing you can do in the water. You can mash A to go a little faster, maybe that's about it. Then you climb back up the thing, and you may find yourself falling because you can climb up walls and on ceilings, and the controls between the two are completely different, which is really annoying. If you're on the ceiling, pressing the jump button was how you do your attacks to knock off spiders or whatever, flip to the other side to get on the ground again. But then when you're on the wall, you press Y, your dive button, to do the attacks. It's just ridiculous, because I end up accidentally dropping off when I'm on a ceiling. And then there's crap like random gust of wind trying to blow you off while you're up there. It's just annoying. Annoying mission. And there's one where you have to get a Yoshi, and the mission itself is fine once you get the Yoshi. But getting the Yoshi is the annoying part, because there are these 2 fruit dispensers. There's a very long gap in between them, so you have to jump between them. It's kind of difficult to get up to. And you gotta ground pound to spit out the fruit. And the Yoshi always wants a durian, which is a round fruit. You kick it around like a soccer ball. But because it's a round fruit, when you dispense it, there's like a 80% chance it's just gonna roll right off the ledge, and you'll have to freaking randomly dispense all the fruits until you get the durian again. And once you have the durian, this particular durian always gets kicked at freaking max force for some reason. The ones back at the plaza, you can kick softly if you move slow. This one, no. So it's just gonna fly, it's probably gonna whiz past the Yoshi, and solid chance you'll knock it into the water yourself. Beyond frustrating. Guess that's all there is to say about Rico Harbor. Then Gelato Beach, this one's easy. And there's a part where you have to swim and it's just annoying, but it's only collecting red coins, so it's whatever. Half the level feels a bit unused when you look at all the type ropes along the skyline. Like, there's nothing for you up there other than coins. There are these little duck things that flip you. They're kind of annoying, but they're cute, I guess. And whatever, the level is fine. There's a big sandbird that you're supposed to fly on at some point, and that level is fine on its own, but there are blue coins hidden all over it, and it's a long ride if you happen to miss them, so shitty if you're going for blue coins. Did I just go all the way back to Talmberg? Like, am I stupid? No, I'm in Samafesh. Okay.
Yeah.
Herbalist.
God save.
God be with you.
I want to buy your mint and valerian. Take that treasure map too. All that wormwood, all that valerian. I feel like the mint's gonna be an easy one to collect, but I'll buy it anyways.
I'd like to...
Oh.
Alright, so...
What about...
Well...
Woodland Garden, it's a little more this way. See if they have anything useful growing here. Belladonna, Amelie, mint, a mint. God, I got the AoE pick. Herb Paris. So I just need the valerian. I'm still not entirely sure what that looks like. But I'm sure I can buy some from Nicodemus. Right, what was I saying? Sandbird. It's like the only bad part of that level. No, wait, there's the Watermelon Festival, where you have to kick a little watermelon ball around. If it touches anything, it fucking explodes. Not as bad as it sounds most of the time, but the one that you need is like up on a cliff, and there's a solid chance it's going to explode when you knock it off the cliff. So you need to get it down safely somehow, and then try and kick it across a winding pier, which is also very frustrating. Otherwise, that level's fine, not too bad. The park starts with a big boss fight against Mecha Bowser. You have to aim while on a roller coaster, so like, you just wait and do nothing for half of it because you're too far for your aiming to actually be viable, but it's not too difficult. And then the levels themselves are mostly alright. It has a couple, like, climby cage things that, you know, the controls are frustrating, but the mission itself is fine. Nothing too crazy going on there. It's an amusement park. How could you not be happy? That one's the mid-level. And now we're on to the bad levels. The remaining 3 of like 7. And poor Johanka. Anything good in here? Some Valerian for me? No?
Goodbye.
Valerian. 10 of them. I might be able to pick some in his garden. He's got a big garden.
I've come to ask for help.
Again? Such trying times we live in. God is testing us all. So what is it you need?
Their lordships have laid siege to Talmberg, and the brigands have wounded Sir Divish and many other people. I'm to ask if the monastery might send someone to help.
These are tragic times. Fortunately, I've only a little work left to do here, so I'll gather my things and set off for Talmberg.
Thank you, Father. May God reward you 1,000 times.
See you later.
Okay, so Serena Beach. This is the spooky level. This is the Boo House. The first mission, the whole area is covered in paint, and you clean it up, and then a big manta ray comes by, and he splits into baby manta rays every time you shoot him. Which sounds cool, but he splits into so many baby manta rays, and they literally move all over the entire map, and they leave a little trail of electric goop. That's a new mechanic introduced to paint this time. It electrifies you if you touch it. So, yeah, if you're not careful, you are going to be surrounded by all these little things, and they're just gonna ba-ba-ba-ba-ba! And take it out all your health. And even if you do manage to stay safe, they're really fast, and they just move all over the whole map. And, like, they're frustrating to hunt down. So it's either going to be frustrating or incredibly frustrating. But probably both. It didn't actually kill me, though. It just took a while. Still, it was cool how it was like a shadow manta ray. Like, it was just a projection on the ground, and that meant that it can move up walls and other stuff. It probably used the same systems as the paint, but they made an enemy out of it, which is a really cool idea. But at this point in the game, the paint flower things that you shoot water in the mouth of are completely gone. You'll never see one again. Is this guy staying at the tavern, probably? That makes sense to me. I'll ask the innkeeper about him. I'm so bad at navigating while I talk.
God be with you.
Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Konrad Kyeser?
And what do you want from the old buzzard? Never mind, what do I care? It's the big house, in the courtyard, by the monastery. God be with you.
Alright. So yeah, that thing doesn't make you return. Basically, after that, all the missions come into the hotel that rises out of the ground after that, so you clean up this whole outside area, and then you spend the whole rest of the level going into this hotel every single time. The hotel should have just been the level from the beginning. Inside, it's got some booze. There's a secret level you gotta take care of first. Then you come back and you gotta like figure out how to get into all these secret rooms. And you have to like actually talk to the NPCs, which is like kind of cool, but also kind of not what I want to do in a fucking Mario game. So it's a bit of a pain to navigate. There's like literally all secret passageways. And finding the first one's the hardest part, but you have to notice there's like water damage in one of the bathrooms, and you can just jump up through the ceiling. Doesn't have a hole in it, just a little water on the wall. It's like really weird, doesn't make much sense. There's a casino mission, which you have to win 3 different casino games in order to get access to secret level. Kind of lame. The boo boss fight, too easy. You like throw a pepper at him and then you throw a normal fruit at him and call it a day. It's on a roulette wheel so it spins, but there's nothing to it. I don't know, the hotel is just a pain to navigate, and you have to do this shit every time you go into it, and like it's just like minor frustrations. Could be worse, but I did not care for anything of the missions on that level at all. Bro, why am I stuck in a grave? It's my grave.
Oh, come on. What are you trying on here? How are you?
Is this where Konrad Kyeser lives?
Indeed. The world-renowned Konrad Kyeser.
Wait, the custodian isn't Konrad Kyeser?
I need to speak to him.
Oh, really? Whatever for?
Tobias Fayfar has sent me. He's asking Master Konrad for help with the siege of Talmberg.
Must be important then. Go in. Well, I don't know how you can help from here. Here's the key.
Just gonna give me a key? Why don't you open the door?
See you later.
This custodian is Konrad Kyeser? No, that's Sebastian von Berg. There's no way.
Greetings, good night. How may I serve you? God be with you.
He must be on the bottom floor. This guy.
Good God, you look...
No. Oh boy. This room.
Enter.
This room's a lot nicer than the rest of the house, isn't it?
By the horn of Joshua, you startle me. I thought you were urban. What do you want?
Things about to get urban in here.
Fayfar, the master builder and engineer from Skalitz, sends his greetings.
Fayfar? Tobias Fayfar? I've heard of him. He invented an interesting mining machine. What does he need?
Sir, have you heard what's been going on in Talmberg?
I've heard a thing or two. Is it true the castle's been taken?
It has, and we want to take it back. Master Fayfar has been given the task of building a trebuchet, but he's not sure he can manage it.
I doubt it myself. Building siege engines is an entirely different kettle of fish than mining. Damn, I'd like to rain some boulders on those heathens of Sigismund's. But that can't be done with a quill and parchment, and I can't leave here right now.
Why not?
Why can't you leave?
That's a long story. I was a little more than a little critical of Sigismund's efforts at Nicopolis. And it might surprise you to know, after that defeat, he didn't particularly appreciate my criticism. Then, when Sigismund abducted the king, I didn't feel too secure in Prague, so I left. Perhaps left is the wrong word. Some might say I was banished. In any case, I went to Bettelern Castle.
They locked you up in Bethlem?
Not quite. It's a royal castle. They leave me to my own devices there. Frankly, this so-called banishment has been a bit of a blessing. I have peace and quiet to attend to my opus and a band of able assistants. Although I have lost quite a few of my patrons, thanks to all this unrest.
And why are you here in Sassa?
To be honest, I need the money.
Money, sir? You don't seem like a man who lives in want.
Dear me, no. I don't need it to support myself. It's to fund my opus. That's why I agreed to help with the construction of the monastery. So you see, I can't simply take my leave.
Ah, come on, this is more important.
What is it you're working on, sir?
Belli Fortis. A great book of war machines and weapons, my opus magnum, my legacy. All you have seen here are but snippets of my great work. Mark my words. One day, our whole world will be run by machines and inventions not yet dreamed of.
Of course. Any day now, they'll plough our fields and milk our cattle.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking aloud about things for battle. Couldn't Carol be persuaded somehow? After all, the defence of the province is at stake.
I realise that, but Sassa Monastery has always kept its neutrality. What's more, the abbot isn't here at present, and without his permission, Carol won't be persuaded. But I might have another idea.
What do you suggest?
Carol received his commission in writing. If you found it, we could copy the abbot's seal and signature on our own document.
That's a curiously interesting idea.
My inventiveness has many applications. I could be back here before the abbot, so he won't even know I was gone.
How do I get my hands on the commission?
It will be somewhere in his quarters. You'll need to get it quickly and put it back before he notices it's gone. I suggest waiting until evening. That's when Carol usually goes to the tavern to play dice. He's fond of his dice. Maybe you can take advantage of that somehow.
Right. I'll see what I can do.
Ah. I need to pick this guy's pockets, I guess, or maybe I can just talk to him. Guy went right to scheming, but why can't I just, ask politely? This is a very important matter. You not in here? Is there an upstairs? There is. See, like, on the other side of this wall, maybe? In the field. Ugh. There's no way he's in that building. I did not see anyone in there. So what are these 2 points? Oh, you know what? I'm looking for the man, assuming he has the commission on him. It's probably in his chest. He's at the bar gambling already. So it probably is upstairs in this box right here. Yeah, cool. I need to beat him in a game and give him dice real quick too. So what's Noki Bay? That's the next level you get. You have to look into the sun to get to this one. It's a water level. It's water and big towers, and yeah, it's just it's a miserable. The water is poisoned at first, so you have to climb up the towers to try and get it fixed, and it has like this whole story arc thing going on between the missions. Where like for half of them the water's still poisoned before you finally get it fixed, and then you do some underwater stuff finally, which controls like ass. You're like in a 0G chamber and you need to use the jetpack to move around. But you can't do anything to like move forward effectively. It just kind of moves slow. It's boring. There's a boss fight you gotta do to clean a guy's teeth. Using those controls, and like the boss itself not a threat, but it's just like long and you know, painful to try and aim at all the teeth, and you have to collect coins to not run out of air, which is really the biggest threat of the whole thing.
I am honored that you should.
I hear you like to play.
Always. See you later.
I like my odd dice, and I like my lucky dice.
You're a brave soul taking me on. I'm not used to losing.
So the first part where you climb, it's on the normal surfaces. It's fine.
Slow here today.
But
What's the hold up there?
then there are these little imprints in the wall, and you are supposed to spray them
You'll lose everything.
to reveal like mazes that are on a timer, and those are a little frustrating to navigate because you have to wall jump up them, and it's very difficult to get a straight vector on the wall jumps.
Not afraid of anything, eh?
So you may find yourself either bouncing into a wall and canceling your movement, which is shitty, or you will go the opposite way and jump out of the maze.
Good neighbor.
Enjoy it.
And if you're hunting secrets like the blue coins, you will have to like do a jetpack from in one of these things and then try and push yourself into a small little hole, all the while
Let me have some grub, whatever.
doing it with like the perfect speed so that it doesn't run out before you reach your destination, because you can't really jump out of these little cubbies.
Nope, I didn't.
And you know, if you fall, you gotta do all this crap again and again. It's very tedious. The ledge grab is very inconsistent. So, again, you're gonna fall a lot. It's basically the part that I hated about Rico Harbor, but squared. Yeah, that's the whole level.
If I was in your shoes, I'd pass while the going's good.
Here, enjoy it.
And the last level, Pinta Village. It's not good. It's like so barren, it's just a flat grassland. It does have paint. It has flaming paint, so you can't touch it. First one, there's like chain chomps running around. You gotta spray them to put them out, and then try and launch them into a puddle of water. And it's just tedious. Always tedious. A lot of the missions are fucking tedious. I shouldn't have re-rolled. That was a good first roll. Oh, thank God.
Ale for me.
Easy enough, though. I think it's the second mission, though. You get your backpack taken away, and the whole area is covered in the fire paint. And if you touch this stuff, it's one of those million ticks instant deaths. You were just completely fucked. And it takes a while of wandering around before you figure out how you can even get into this area, because you need to get your freaking backpack back and save the mayor.
Here, I'd like to order.
What's the hold up there?
It just took a frustratingly long amount of time.
Just as you ordered.
Another mission where you just drag a chain chop into a pit of water. It was boring. It wasn't hard, but it was boring. There's Yoshi thing. Whatever. Collecting coins on it because it's so barren and there's like no coins topside. It's all like underneath, climbing on the chain links, which I explained how the controls for that are awful. That's frustrating. And like the final one, you have to.
That's it.
There's like a wish flower festival, right? You know, the things that you blow on.
Now you.
And it makes dust all in the air. There's like those, and you have to jump and climb on them. And yeah, it's climbing up a tower. If you fall, you want to kill yourself. That's the whole deal.
Sucker! I can't believe it! Those were my last goddamn groschen!
I don't care.
Look on the bright side. They'll be safer in my hands.
Bastard!
I need some help from Master Konrad.
Then go and talk to him.
The thing is, he's already agreed, but he'd have to go to Talmberg.
I can't consent to that. He signed a contract for building the monastery, and we pay him a pile of coin for every day he spends here.
But the conquest of Talmberg is more important for the province.
From what I hear, it's awfully important first and foremost for your lord. Sassau's always been neutral. Anyway, I take my orders directly from the abbot.
Thank you for your
You're welcome.
May God...
My pleasure.
Are you sure you won't release Konrad? You won't be gone long?
Not a chance.
Well, anyway, I've heard it said there's not enough money to finish the construction. So, I thought as a lover of architecture, I might contribute.
How the hell do you know that?
That's neither here nor there. The important thing is to let me help you.
How much will you give, damn you?
None! I'm doing this the sneaky way.
Take care.
Ow!
Watch where you're going, you lout. You nearly killed
Yeah, I don't know. I can talk about specific missions all day. Like, there's so many that are just designed to make you miserable, I feel, especially with the bonus stages. But overall, it comes down to the slippery controls making everything pretty miserable. And just, like, poor 3D readability. With how slippery everything is, you'd think that they'd have Coyote Time, which Mario Brothers literally invented. But they don't. So you'll find yourself walking off platforms all the time or just barely missing them. And yeah. We talked about the final level at first. That one was miserable. And it was just like... You know, that's how you're supposed to feel about the game, right? Things started okay and they slowly got much, much worse. And yeah, definitely my least favorite game. Like, I thought it was... People are like, oh, it's gimmicky, and that's why we don't like it. But, you know, everyone's got a little gimmick. And Nintendo says they don't even want to make a new game unless there can be a gimmick for them to explore. I'm supposed to get someone to sign this, right? I need to give it to Konrad. He's just asleep. Konrad is the guy I'm helping. I keep thinking that the custodian's name is Konrad because he wears a stupid hat like Konrad Hagen.
God bless.
I've got that commission.
Not so loud, for heaven's sake. Show it here. The very thing. Go to the Sasau scribe and say to him the fox isn't half as clever as he thinks. Then he'll do as you ask.
Is that a password?
Just so. He insists on it. Don't forget to repeat it verbatim and aloud. Then all you have to do is take the new document to Carol and tell him a messenger brought it.
All right.
But most importantly, do it quickly and put the commission back immediately. Carol's no fool. If he can't find it, he'll put 2 and 2 together when you bring him the new document, and the game will be up.
So, is the scribe this guy? No? Okay, the scribe is at the bailiff's office.
Yeah.
So... Yeah, I just... Definitely, of all the 3D Marios, probably the worst one. It's not like a bad game, but I literally hated half of the levels, and I think that the controls feel worse than the game that came before it, which is like literally one of the first 3D games ever made. Like, come on, man. How'd y'all mess it up? Still, the music is good, and I have some nostalgia for it, because I grew up with it. it is something I have attempted to play multiple times, but I've always never finished it, probably because the second half of the game is ass. And now I finally have finished it, and I can, you know, hate on it like an adult. And the weird thing is, I, like, stopped playing Kirby in the Forgotten Land to, like, take a break and do this. It didn't even take me that long. Like, I absolutely crushed the game in about 3 or 4 play sessions. But I was, like, really loving Kirby. I just took a short break to do that for basically no reason. And now we're back to playing Kirby. Man, we talked for a long time about that. Probably because I just finished it earlier today that, like, all the thoughts are still fresh in my head. Normally we get to do the reviews like a week or even a month later and it's still disjointed. Am I in the right house? It might be. Good enough for me. The fox is not as clever as he thinks.
God be with you, good sir.
I have a message for you.
Hmm?
The fox isn't half as clever as it thinks.
What?
The password about the fox?
What in heaven's name are you blabbering about?
Konrad Kyeser sent me.
Why the hell didn't you say so?
That sod. He deliberately lied to me to make me look stupid.
Well, never mind. What do you want?
I've got this document here, and I need to have a different one drawn up with the same signature and seal.
So Konrad is still up to his old tricks. Give him my greetings. Let's see it then. All right. Give me an hour. And I hope I won't have problems on your account. May the Lord watch over you.
Give him an hour, he said. He's gonna sleep on it. I don't know, I should wait an hour. No, we're done, We talked about Mario. I didn't give it a number rating. How did I feel? It felt like a 5, I guess. Nostalgia can only take you so far, but ultimately there was like a lot of frustrations and the game really ended on 2 very sour notes.
Is it done?
Here you are. And pass on my best to the old dragon. God be with you.
I kind of want to play Banjo-Kazooie too, just to like know that my childhood isn't a lie, you know. I'm pretty sure I'll like Banjo-Kazooie, but I gotta check it out again. I need to be sure. The music's fantastic, but those early Rare games were they were crushing it. had their Donkey Kong, and they're grabbed by the ghoulies and the banjos and the Diddy Kong racing. Like, come on. Diddy Kong Racing was literally the Mario Kart as we know it today, before Mario Kart even got to that point. It's got the bananas as the coins. It's got all the weapons. It's got, like, great 3D graphics, whereas 64 was, like, sprites moving, and Mode 7 was really weird. Had the whole cool campaign, had all the characters. The 3 movement types, like, it's very literally all stuff that Mario Kart eventually added. I never played Perfect Dark. That's one I should probably check out, because again, the early games were dope, like, it's probably fire.
Yeah.
I think Grant Kirkhope is, of course, one of the best musicians ever. So, as much as I love Koji Kondo's work, Grant Kirkhope's gonna crush him. Dude, what? The forged leave of absence, perhaps? Pearl's Commission, they're the original one. That's what I needed. I could probably sleep in Johanka's bed. Or, actually, the bed in the infirmary should be free now that her boy died. Nourishment. Quiet, you.
Quiet!
I'm glad to see you.
A messenger brought a dispatch for you.
To the hand of... I charge... to be of assistance... Permission to leave Sasau? How very convenient for you.
The hand of fate.
We'll see what fate brings. I have an authorization letter of my own from the abbot, and if your letter of patent is fake, you'll be in trouble. Come with me. Take care.
Yeah, I'll come with you. Come with you behind the lunchroom. Beat your ass. Shake you down. And get myself a bag of chips.
Well, it goes against the grain, but the seal and signature are genuine.
That's what I said. What I said.
So Konrad may leave?
He can. The letter of patent is genuine, and when the abbot commands...
Wonderful. I'll tell him.
Bye, bitch. I still need like 3 pieces of valerian, but I may be able to buy that from the woman.
God save you, Henry.
Ugh.
They're after me! Sweet Jesus, I knew this day would come!
What? Who is... Carol said you can leave and...
Leave? I can't even set foot outside the door! Not now!
Please,
What?
calm down and tell me what's going on.
They're after me!
What happened to your eyebrows, bruv? Are they what's after you? You're on the run from them?
Who? Who's after you?
Sigismund's people, of course!
Why would they be after you?
Because he's never forgiven my criticisms of Nicopolis. Now he's decided to pay me back. What am I to do?
Come hide out with my army?
What makes you think someone's after you?
When I was on my way to Sassau, I saw Baron Pekar in Kostelitz. He was with Sigismund on the crusade, as was I. Now I've been told he was seen at the local tavern. And a stranger's been creeping around the gardens here late at night. My God, there are signs someone was trying to force the door. They're after me, Henry.
That was probably me, actually.
To kill me.
Take it easy. If someone's after you, I'll see to him. I'll have a sniff around the town or lie in wait for him.
I don't know. What if he sneaks past you?
He won't, I promise. I'll hide in the garden, and if anyone starts creeping around after dark, I'll catch him.
You will, won't you? Good, good. And be sure to hide well. If he sees you, he won't come.
Like, burnt my finger or something. I got a freaking blister I'm picking at. In case you're wondering. I'm not sure where it came from, actually, but something. Could be poison ivy. Or maybe even Just some guy under my skin came out like a cat claw. That's my horse moving.
Just you wait.
I got you now, you son of a bitch. Hey!
Halt! What are you doing here?
Quiet, for God's sake. You'll wake the whole monastery.
Silence! For God's sake, I caught you in the middle of an assassination attempt.
Assassination? What are you on about?
Are you Lord Paykar, the one who was on the crusade?
Well, yes. How'd you know that?
Because you've come to assassinate Konrad Kyeser.
Kyeser? He's living here in the monastery?
Well, yes. Right here in this house. What's your business here?
It's all a terrible mistake. I've a long-standing arrangement with the custodian here, Sir Sebastian von Berg. I supply him with salt and spices, and I've come to realise how he's been cheating me repeatedly. The dispute's been running for a while and still has legs, so I wanted my money back, that's all. I've no quarrel with Konrad.
Ah, well. I half believe you. I don't like that you're trying to break into this house, but alright.
Alright. I suppose I'll have to take your word for it. But stop creeping around here at night and trying to break into the house. Konrad is scared half to death and I need him in his right mind.
Very well. That does sound like Konrad. I'll think up some other plan. May the Lord watch over you.
Cool. I'll open the door.
What the hell am I to do? Well, did you find anyone?
I did.
And?
You needn't fear. I kept watch the whole night and nothing happened. A few folk passed by, but nobody dangerous.
And what about Paykar? Are you saying he has no malicious intentions?
None. He's just doing some trade with the custodian. That's what brought him to where you were.
Well, if you're sure, but I'd still rather lie low for a while.
Come to Talmberg. You'll be surrounded by a whole garrison there.
Yes. Yes, I suppose that does make sense. Thank you, Henry. I'm in your debt. We'll meet at Talmberg.
Yes, we will. Let me fast travel up here because it's night and I don't like the dark. And we will buy our remaining herbs from her probably. I need to go outside first. I always mount up first, but I feel like it doesn't even make a difference. I don't like random battles, okay? I wonder if the quartermaster has the Valerian I need. You just might. Ugh. What's this, a cutscene?
A well-chosen site. You want to strike the gate, do you?
True. We don't want to do more damage than necessary.
I quite understand. Sir Toth is holed up there, is he?
Just so, Master Konrad. I hear you have some accounts to settle with him.
Ah, not entirely. I've done with him. Sigismund trusted him more than me in his campaign against the Ottomans, and we all know how that ended up.
How did it end up?
Badly, my lord. The flower of French knighthood was slain there. Sigismund fled for his life, and I did too, I must confess.
Be assured we shall not make the same mistake here. We do not intend to starve them into submission, but to break down the gate.
I am at your service, my lords. We will build the trebuchet quickly. It will be ready in a matter of days. And I can supply, for example, roquetta to sweep the foe from the battlements.
Roquetta? I do not believe I've heard of such a term.
Roquetta are missiles filled with black powder with a touch hole at the bottom to ignite it. They shoot forward, something like a hand cannon, but without rocks. The rocket is the missile.
I see.
Baby rockets?
But we don't have black powder in these parts. Nor cannon.
Indeed. It should have occurred to me. But I am very fond of roquetta, and I always think what Alexander the Great might have accomplished with them.
Okay.
I understand.
Nerd.
We find ourselves in a conventional situation that demands a conventional solution.
I'm still hoping that Toth will see sense and parley with us.
He may well do so, especially when we set up the trebuchet on his doorstep.
Good health. Take care.
Where's my dang horse? I gotta turn that Valerian. I gotta purchase it, I mean.
Yeah.
I think doing all this just like puts buffs on all the soldiers. Not that they would reasonably run out, but they'll probably have better equipment or something. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Good luck, then.
What the hell? Did Pagar die? For all metals. I need Valerian. Gotta be someone I can buy it from nearby. Maybe this trader. You know what, she's an herbalist, she probably has some in her home. she not have a home? That is her shack. She doesn't have a bed though. Can't believe I even thought of robbing her.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, maybe the trader's got some.
God save you. God be with you.
Doesn't look like it. Wait, he did have some... Sorry, it's hard to read over the chat bar. I know I can just toggle it on and off, but pretty sure he doesn't have what I want now. There is the herbalist down in Ratai. So maybe I'll go to him. What are we doing on time? 3 hours? Sounds about right. There shouldn't be much to it beyond the next combat section. Like, we do the siege and then we're good. Just a little epilogue. Or no, I have to do some bullshit in Scallots, I think.
Good people, come up close and have a smell. Fresh bread.
You and your family happy. Onions that'll make you cry.
Fresh bread.
God be.
Did somebody say Valerian? Eh, just enough, okay. Now I can get my ass back up here. Point G. I would like very much to fast travel. Take Talmberg. Oh. That's a pretty short walk, actually. Charlotte usually takes a lot more in-game time than doing it yourself, but that time it worked out.
Yeah.
Probably because the guy's not sprinting, he's just literally moving at your character's walk speed or something. Like, you saw how slow it was when I tried to avoid that encounter last time, it's because he started sneaking. That might have had something to do with me not being mounted.
God save.
I've gathered up all we need.
Excellent. This will probably do the trick.
Here it is.
Fine, fine. I'll get started. It's good luck then.
Wait until the potion is brewed, and I'm just gonna wait an hour, I guess. God forbid she'd give me an estimate.
Goodbye.
I'm tempted to sleep in her bed, but she probably won't like that. I'll sleep a second hour, and if not, we will check on her in the morning.
Good luck then.
Alright. Morning.
God save. Goodbye.
When will the potion be ready? It'll give me a prompt when it's ready, I guess. I don't want to wait around for an unknown amount of time. I've always hate that kind of thing. Eat this slop, though. I'm gonna talk to Tobias, see if anything happens. I spent a ton of time gathering those ingredients or anything.
Greetings.
I came to an agreement with Konrad.
He's already here. You wouldn't believe how clever that fellow is. Now we really will build that trebuchet. That I guarantee you.
Just one thing. If he should send you somewhere and tell you to give some password about a fox or some such, well, you should take it with a grain of salt.
Password? Fox? All right. I'll bear it in mind.
Glad I could be of service.
I'm truly grateful to you. And the men will be too when the assault starts. Fine work. You've certainly saved many lives. I probably shouldn't, but go and have a look in my trunk. You might find something there you can use.
Thank you.
Alright.
God be with you.
Where is your trunk? In here? D10.
Oh, that was it.
Seriously, where's this fucker's tent? Wow, an Italian bassinet? It's a bee. Henry of Scouts. Is there like a bed I can steal? Hey, baby. Wait a whole day. Oh. Literally just told me to wait, so there's nothing else to be done about it. Wait for one thing or the other. The potions are ready.
Yeah.
God watch over.
So, is the concoction ready?
All done. Here, take the keg. I won't be lugging a heavy great thing like that around myself.
Thank you for your help.
Well, best of luck, lad. Now, I need a rest. Good luck, then.
Yeah, I need rest too. But not anymore.
Yeah.
Back to the encampment, it says, well, I probably have to give it to Captain Bernard. Either that or the quartermaster. Still, it could have been more clear. Ooh. Holy shit! I thought I was gonna crash.
Yeah. Shit. Sod off.
Ah, come on, Bernard. Why you always gotta be like that? Ugh. Bernard sleeps a lot. I think it's kind of funny.
This ought to help with your sleepy soldiers.
What's in it? It stinks to hell.
Yes, and it's hellish potent too. A drop in the evening, and you won't fall asleep till just before noon.
Really? I hope it does the job. That it doesn't give them a runs in the process.
Hopefully not. But if it does, well, it's hard to sleep with the runs, isn't it?
True enough. But you're not much good as a guard when you're squatting in the bushes.
What do you mean? You're a stealthy guard. They'll never see you.
Goodbye.
There you go, some lunch slop. Use a little bit more of that in my tum.
Yeah.
Head back up to the main camp and then we'll just wait around, I guess. Probably be a couple days or something, but you can only sleep so much. It's gotta be normal waiting. Yeah, I hope that doesn't end up biting me in the ass. And being sleepy when the fighting actually starts.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the camp up there. Just take a seat. My eyes may be tired, but my ass will not. Trebuchet.
Now, let's see
Bruce
how
is gonna
strong
get
those
crushed by a
walls are.
pebble.
Let it rip!
Oh, that's actually what happened, okay.
That was just the first shot. The trebuchet has to be calibrated. That's perfectly normal. I'll have the range in no time.
Sounded a little embarrassed to me. This parlay? Pirate rules?
Move! Move! God damn it, I have to get to Sir Divish! Sir! They're coming! There's no time!
Someone bring water! Breathe, man. You'll be all right.
Who's coming?
There's an army on the way. And they're carrying the colors of Havel Medic of Valdek. And they're very close.
Havel Medic? He's surely not coming to help us.
Not that bastard. I have a score to settle with him.
For real? Right now? Or is it a scheme?
Gentlemen, Toth's reinforcements are about to descend on us.
That swine.
How many men?
We don't know exactly, but there are many, and they will probably be here by dawn.
So soon? How is it that we knew nothing about this before?
The whole land is in chaos. It's a wonder we can find out anything at all.
If they attack from the rear...
We'd be finished, just as Toth has been planning.
The sneaky weasel.
He's been one step ahead of us the whole time.
Not this time, though.
What are you thinking?
Robard, how do you think the weather will be tomorrow?
Well, sir, if my joints don't deceive me, and they rarely do, it'll rain. It'll rain buckets.
It's
Here.
a low pressure system.
We'll make a stand here, I and Radzik
Your bones start to hurt a bit more when it's about to
You
rain.
will wait until they charge us, and then strike them from the rear. Here, and here. If we succeed, we'll have it over and done with before they notice anything in Talmberg.
It might just work. But we'll have to leave someone in the encampments in case they do come out of Talmberg.
A few men will be all I need.
Well, that depends on whether you can hold out. We don't even know how many there are.
We will hold out.
I'll give the orders to my men.
We will be ready.
Alright, we gotta fight this asshole too. Great.
My part in the battle, sir.
Attention!
I wanted to go with the Skalitz men.
I need more than that from you.
More, sir?
If we can't hold out at the quarry, we're finished. You, I, Hanish, and Radzik. And since Hanish is commanding the flank attack, Radzik is captive and I'm wounded, Captain Robard will be leading on the field.
Of course. Who better?
There's no question Robard's a good commander, but many of the men will be from Skalitz. We need someone there who knows them and has their respect.
Sir?
I mean you, Henry.
But that is...
I
want to be in the vanguard.
Now hear me well, Henry. There are whole cemeteries full of heroes who rushed into danger. And if the first human you meet runs you through, it won't be good for morale. Not to mention that Radzik would have my
Sir
guts
Dan.
regardless. In the battle, you and a group of Skalitz men will be concealed in the woods over the road.
But sir, I think I should...
Quiet! Don't underestimate the task I'm setting you. You'll have to keep nervous men on a short rein and not attack too soon. And then conduct the attack on the rear so fiercely and quickly that the foe has no chance to react. If the line should start to break, we need someone with their head firmly on their shoulders to keep control of the men.
Very well, sir.
That's what I like to hear. When you're ready, go and join the Skalitz men. They'll be mustering in the woods above the road to Retay.
Okay. Get my shield equipped.
If you thought you'd be spending the whole siege sitting on your arses playing dice and swilling ale, you were sadly mistaken.
So it's time to get the fuck up, everyone. It's time for the real show to begin. Some nuts to butts action.
Just a little longer.
Ugh. 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 Ugh.
Easy. Easy.
That's a lot of guys.
Not yet. Their armor. Easy.
They were expecting us. First troops to the bridge. Break through. Vanguard to the left. And the rest, come with me. We'll flank the bastards.
At them! Charge! Grind those horsens into the death!
At 'em. Yeesh. Stick him through a did. Still people fighting over here, I guess. Good. There's an invisible wall. You can't tell. Guys have worse equipment. These are like bandit tier. Good bandits, but they're not soldiers anymore.
Here's their leader.
What? This boy?
You should show a little more respect, Divish. You'll need it when you kneel before Istvan. Oh, now the pup shows his teeth.
Istvan, you say? Not Sir Istvan? Or Lord Toth? Just how intimate are the two of you?
Ooh.
I know him. He's Eric, Toth's captain and right-hand man.
Finally, some good news. Shackle him and guard him closely.
Those bastards want to destroy our trebuchet.
Get it, America? I feel like I'm moving a lot faster than y'all. Because your armor's too heavy. I wish you knew how to wear it like me. I just wear it different. Did get a level in my sword. And then get something cool. It's probably just a combo. I'm not gonna know how to. Long sword, short sword. Is that not the default combo I was trying to pull off? Eh. You can just get a better bow, I don't know. Raw meat, that's weird. Husk is money, whatever, it's hunting. Hanish's silly walk cycle. It's the same animation, but it looks bad because he's all burly and chubby.
Onward! Yeah!
I would just go there at full speed, but I'm worried that I'm gonna run into a crowd that's meant for this whole group to fight.
Damn.
Oh, sorry, bud. Says I'm in combat, but from where? Oh, side ambush. Ooh.
Oh, I guess they went without me then. Got paid.
Well?
The damage isn't too serious.
So we can shoot.
Not just yet.
Sir, what are we waiting for?
You've heard his threats, Robard. Do you want him to kill Radzig and my wife? We have to consider all our options.
And it would be a shame to destroy the castle, too. But how do we get that rat out of there?
Sir, I might have a solution. What about exchanging hostages? He was the captain at Vranik, and he brought Istvan's reinforcements here. He seems to be on very, intimate terms with Toth. He might be able to tell us something. And he might even be as valuable to his lord as Lady Stephanie and my father are to us.
You're your father's son, by God.
You're a godsend, lad. You're right. We'll interrogate this whore, son, and then decide what to do next. Come to my tent when you've rested.
Tell me they're fucking. Wife for boy wife. Bus for bus. Going briefing in the tent. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna do that, but I gotta go piss. So, I'll be back in like a minute, okay? Ooh, I return. Rocky like a hurricane.
Peace with God.
Repair my shit. It can't even be in that bad condition, but it's a habit. Yeah, it's probably good. Or the tailor kit. I always forget that one. If anything, the cloth equipment takes the most damage, because everyone has swords.
This fool would rather hang than sing. You know more about him than we do, so maybe you can get something out of him.
Eric? What do you want, Eric?
It is Eric, isn't it? Looks like the boot's on the other foot this time, doesn't it?
Fuck you.
You need to change your tone. If you start being nice, you might just come out of this alive. So now I'll ask you a few questions, and you better think carefully about how you answer them.
Who is Toth?
Who is this Toth?
He's an orphan, same as me. The Turks killed his parents, so he started killing Turks. Sigismund needed men like that, so Istvan ended up in his service.
How'd you meet?
What is he after?
Are you really that clueless? To destroy Wenceslas's allies. You.
How did you meet him?
What's that got to do with anything?
And just want to know how big his dick is. It'd be a morale boost if we know that it is smaller than our collective penis.
How many men does he have in the castle?
How should I know? There were nearly 70 of us at the beginning, but there's probably not even half left. But that's still more than there ever were in that castle. More than enough to defend it.
Nah.
Who does he take his orders from?
Are you stupid? He works for Sigismund.
Listen to me. Toth has hostages in the castle, and we have you. So, how about an exchange?
Do you take him for a fool? Do you really think he'd give up the only thing he has that stops you from attacking? He'll never accept an exchange.
You better pray he will, for your own sake. Because once we attack, you'll be worthless to us. And what do you suppose will happen to a worthless bandit? I won't waste any more time on you. You could have saved yourself, but apparently you value your master's skin more than your own.
I don't need to save myself. Istvan will save me. And he'll kill every last one of you.
Why should he save you?
Why damsel in distress are you?
Vranik and Pribislavis. You're nothing but a common bandit.
You don't know anything. He'll come for me, and anyone who lays a finger on me will pay dearly.
Now I'm curious. Why would he care that much about you? Could it be your lovers?
You never understand.
For a while there, I thought we'd get nothing out of him. But in the end, he spilled his guts.
I thought you were much too easy on him. But it seems your approach was the right one. Well done, lad. Anyway, it's clear that young fellow is no ordinary brigand. And he believes Toth cares about him. We'll just have to see if the bastard cares as much about him as Divish does about his wife and you about your father.
Paid me again,
Well, Divish, I think the time has come to find out just how much Toth values our hostage. Do you want to parley with him yourself?
I think I'll leave that to you, Hanish.
So be it. I'll do my utmost. Bring the hostage below the battlements.
Put on some shoulder guards, Hanish.
Sir Istvan! What is it? Did our neighbourly visit catch you unprepared?
A little, but we've settled in nicely. And this fellow is enjoying our company so much, we simply can't get rid of him. It seems we are in similar situations.
Doing the potty dance.
Perhaps it's time to send our respective guests home.
Not a chance. Do you take me for a fucking fool? Be warned. If anything happens to Eric, I'll let every manjack here have his way with this bitch, and I'll dice Kobila into goulash meat.
Nobly spoken, your grace. But for all I know, you may have done that already.
Divish, I'm sorry.
I've already fucked him.
Greetings, friends. Fear not, Lord Toth is treating us like royalty.
They're unharmed, as you can see. But don't try any tricks, or they won't be for long, Hanush.
It seems your lord doesn't place any great value in you, boy.
Go to hell.
I'm sorry. It looks like it's not going to be that easy.
Well, at least we know they're alive. I didn't expect much of it anyway.
He won't harm them as long as we have this fellow.
Machines were free to attack, right?
Well, friends, what do you suggest?
I'd say we have no choice but to attack.
It's a great risk, Robard, with Stephanie and Radzig inside.
I know how you feel, sir, but Toth is no fool. They are his last safeguard. He will do nothing to harm them until he is sure of victory.
Would you be saying that if it were your wife inside?
Or your father? Well, let me point out that we have no choice anyway. We don't have enough supplies to keep men here for weeks, while gangs of brigands and Sigismund's army roam the countryside. Toth won't agree to an exchange, and even if he did, we'd have to let him go. With all his men, he'd be a thorn in our sides till Judgment Day.
Sir, a message has arrived.
Oh, what is it?
Margrave Jobst is approaching with his retinue and wants to speak with you.
Jobst?
Carl Jobst?
All right.
What is he doing here?
Who's Jobst?
Jobst of Luxembourg is cousin to King Wenceslaus and Sigismund. He's the Margrave of Moravia.
Only a year ago, he was collaborating with Sigismund and the League of Lords. He betrayed King Wenceslas and his ally Prokop. Now, he's changed sides, appointed himself the leader of the rebellion against Sigismund, and wants to liberate Wenceslas.
Whichever way the wind blows.
Nevertheless, it seems the decision is made for us. We don't want Jobst camping with us in front of our own castle like a band of gypsies.
I'm afraid you're right, Hanish. All right. We'll let the men rest a while.
All right, my wife's life doesn't matter anymore. We've
Come
got
with me
corporate
whenever
coming.
King's ready.
Ah.
Ah, I see. Is that the other camp?
I'm glad you came.
At your service, sir.
I'm about to give the order to bombard Talmberg. And since it's mainly thanks to you that we still have a trebuchet, I think you should have the honor of the first shot.
Oh, sick.
I'd be delighted.
I think you just cut the rope.
To smash my castle? I can't say I share your enthusiasm.
Sorry, sir. I didn't mean it like that.
There's nothing to it. The men will load the trebuchet. All you have to do is pull the lever.
Well, I suppose I could manage that.
Then we'll bombard Talmberg for several days. Sir Robard will explain what comes next. Take care.
What, now I gotta walk back to the trebuchet? Are you kidding me? Man, the damn horse. Double time. Fuck.
Load the trebuchet.
Thought they're talking to Tobias or Robard.
God be with you. Goodbye.
Oh, there's Tobias.
Greetings.
Master Fafar, how's the trebuchet construction going?
Much better now that I have Master Kyeser to help me. Although, to be quite honest, it's more a case of me helping him. I'm taking note and learning as I go.
Next time round, you'll be the siege master.
I rather hope they won't be here next time.
We came just in time, didn't we?
Quite. I thought my last hour had come. But Lord Capon came to our defence and fought like a lion. I'd say he's growing into a proper nobleman at last.
I think more people will be changing their minds about him.
They should. I owe him my life. God bless him. Take care.
Are you alright?
All right. All right! He tried to kill me!
But... It seemed like...
It was Pekar! He's lying right there! And you
Oh boy.
let him go! You told me to my face that I had nothing to fear! Keep out of my sight, you hear? I might have been killed for pity's sake!
Huh. I mean... that he was doing alright.
Are you alright?
All right. And keep out of my...
Whatever. You're safe. You're alive. You had an army. Oh. There you go. Let's use it now. Whoa! Bard.
Divish said...
Sir Divish.
Sir Divish said you tell me what happens next.
Aye. We're going to watch Istvan shitting himself.
That's all?
Yeah.
For a few days at least. So if you have anything to attend to, now's the time. Just don't forget to come back. See you later.
Yeah, I can manage that. Get our sleepies in. And then we get the final fight. Maybe the final fight. Again, I vaguely remember doing a small thing in Skeleton. I don't know if I like chase the guy out of here or if that's just something I take care of after the fact. But Skeleton is right nearby too. That wasn't 2 days. Not that I care.
Take care.
Now. I think the objectives were delayed. Now the question's just what constitutes 2 days. Do I have to wait a third day? I'll certainly be ready sometime in the middle of the night, but I don't want to fight at night.
I'm here.
Can't you see we're still bombarding?
Yeah, well... Go another day, who cares? Look at that wheel spin. Got some M&Ms in it. Still got the spokes candy man on the bag. Can't believe they're getting rid of them. Or is the bag gonna get a redesign or what? You know, I love M&M's, but I don't like a Mars bar. Just strange. It's like their chocolate's only good in short bursts or something, small doses. I feel like the candy shell can't be adding that much to the flavor, because like I don't know the difference between the green and the blue or whatever. But it's weird because I love chocolate, you know, I even like dark chocolate. I just don't really care for the Mars bar.
Since Sir Divish's colours still aren't flying over Talmberg, I suppose we'll be attacking.
Just so. That Ishtvan's a stubborn bastard.
Alright, when do we start?
There's no reason to wait. Are you really ready? If you need to rest or anything, we can still wait. You won't have another chance until we've won the day.
I'm ready.
Glad to hear it. We're going to attack on 2 fronts. The north gate and the west wall, which will scale with ladders. The attack will be split into different stages. Taking the outer walls, the inner bailey, and finally the core of the castle and the tower.
Yeah.
I think I've heard everything.
I need debriefing. It's get in there and fuck.
You want to join the attack on the walls or on the gate? Remember, many of the skeleton will follow you. It could make a big difference.
I'll help with the attack on the walls.
Or in layman's terms, mosh.
You changed from an insolent pup into a tough, reliable fighter. And as God is my witness, we will kick those whore sons' arses.
A village lad and an old soldier? This fan must be shaking in his boots.
If he's not shaking, then he doesn't know what he's got coming. Just one last thing, though. No matter how good the plan is, something always gets fucked up. Keep your eyes open and take advantage of every chance. Help your comrades and don't go rushing in where you're outnumbered. We have to take the castle gradually.
Believe me, I know that last one.
I'll remember that.
Good luck to you, stripling.
Good luck to you, old soldier.
Good luck, then.
Why did the objection fail? I literally talked to Captain Robard. Wow. They either aimed that shot so perfectly, or someone shat their pants and opened the gate. Get it, America?
Shield, for fuck's sake! Cover yourselves!
Ah! I ain't ready to climb just yet. I can probably get myself up this ladder, but wait for the engineering team to clear away. Oh, I saw it. Yeah, you got nailed along the wall. It's like half my freaking men. Still, I wasn't about to be the first one out there. Are you kidding me? I'm an important one. The grunts can die. Come on, asswipe.
Clear those battle mats!
Bro, don't jack my kill. You're gonna receive golden XP on last hits. They teach you that in freaking military school.
Smash them! Clear those battle mats!
You imagine a big armored dude like Sauron just walking up front and you see the other guy's like, oh shit. Start backpedaling. Yeah, that's all my men dead. I'm kinda fucked. Just a little. I might be able to take this guy out, he doesn't have a shield. Ah! Oh, I see, they're just, save me, you sods. One drop of my noble blood's worth more than your entire family. Stairs. Fucker. Tony Hawk Pro Warrior. Oh. Oh my god. Y'all are fucking nuts. Now, I could probably jump if I wasn't in combat. God damn it. Alright. Get my ass out of here. Get back to these freaking west wall. Launcher's bleeding too. And like a marigold decoction. Asshole. Ah! Overdoing it. Nice. Let's poke that can. Are they fighting on the walls again? Where did these guys come from?
Sir, we should give the order.
Let's see if Istvan Toth can worm his way out of this one.
Don't tempt fate, Hanush.
Istvan! It's over! You want us to come and get you?
I wouldn't advise that. Your friend Divish wants to see his wife alive again.
And Sir Radzig? Are both hostages unharmed?
For now, Hanush, unless circumstances change.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. My guest is also safe and sound, but he's also quite keen to go home. I imagine you feel the same way. It's been a long time since you warmed yourself at your own hearth.
I'm in no hurry. I've plenty of supplies here, grand view and excellent company. What more could I want?
Your freedom!
Freedom? Freedom to get an arrow in the back?
Sir,
Yeah.
you're all noblemen here, all bound by honor. I give you my word as a knight and lord, and that of my companions. If you release Lady Stephanie and Sir Radzig, you may leave the castle with your men and go on your way unharmed.
It's a pretty sick deal.
And just how far will we get? What good will it do me if your men attack us in the woods instead of here?
If you give me your word of honor that you will leave and never return, I promise you safe passage to the boundary of this fiefdom. What happens after that is up to you and the will of God Almighty.
Very well then, but I want a small safeguard. I'll give you her ladyship.
So is the fiefdom just like Talmberg, or is it the whole play area?
Out of the question! Is our word not good enough for you?
Is mine not good enough for you? I swear I'll release him when I get to a safe distance.
I'll go with him, Hanush. Let the Lady Stephanie have her freedom now.
Father!
Don't worry, son. I trust Lord Toth's self-interest more than his word. He wouldn't be fool enough to harm me.
If you're certain, Radzig.
Prepare horses and supplies, and tell your men to pull back. We'll come down.
You heard him. Get to work. And any man who breaks this truce answers to me.
So, are you really going to let them go?
My word is my bond, Henry.
He's a cutthroat and a liar. Good men are dead because of him. What's to stop us from skewering him as soon as he sets foot outside?
Our honor!
If you let him go, he'll do the same again. Or worse.
God's justice will find him.
Jesus Christ.
Then,
You never heard of honor?
If we break our word of honor, we have none. And without honor, we are nothing. Never fear. Your father will be all right.
we'll hunt down those vermin yet.
I like how his beard's asymmetrical. You can see the lines where he strokes and ponders, like with mine. There's like a gap here where the finger enters.
Here she is, as I promised. Not a hair on her head harmed.
Divish!
Stephanie.
Forgive me, husband. I'm sorry
For what?
for letting them into the castle.
Come on, my dear. You're not to blame.
I didn't know who he was. He said he was your friend.
Never mind. Did he hurt you?
No.
hope your word can be trusted.
Clayface.
Certainly more than yours.
If everything goes as agreed, I'll set Radzig free in Skalitz. If anyone tries to follow us, I'll kill him.
We won't.
My apologies for keeping you from your father, but you'll see each other soon enough. Oh, I almost forgot. Your sword. I expect you'll want it back after all the trouble you went to.
You did promise me a duel, you fuck.
You know what? I think I'll keep it. As a memento.
This isn't over. I'll find you.
I look forward to it. Yeah!
Quick! To the battlements! We have to see which way they go! Oh, they really are heading for Skalitz. Mount up, Henry.
You've heard what he'll do if we follow them.
We're not going to follow them. We just have to collect your father. Or do you want him to walk back here when they release him?
I want my damn sword, though. Oh boy, I'm bleeding. Let me just repair all my armor real quick. I doubt there's gonna be any fighting over here. Doesn't hurt to be safe though. Oh boy. My jacket is hella damaged. Need a professional for that. Apparently I'm not a good enough blacksmith to fix a fucking... Oh, it's not true. I'm not a tailor. Alright, just gonna move on.
What do you think?
I like how generic Hans's armor looks.
He's a noble, right?
I mean, he's normally enclosed. He's not a fighter, but he's just literally got some normal
So Radzig will be there.
gold trim plate on. Where everyone else has a completely unique armored outfit.
The way you found Tom, sneaking into Vranik all on your own. Well, what I mean is, hats off to you now. You wouldn't catch me doing that.
Truth is, I didn't think much about it. I just felt I had to do it.
Like hold shifts and you'll ride his ass or something, right? No, I'm trying.
What should I say to him?
Don't worry, it'll
It
come to
moves
you.
way too fast.
Well,
Yeah.
I just hope he'll be there. Alive.
I have to feather it.
This is quite a turnaround, isn't it?
What do you mean?
How long have we known each other? A few weeks?
Something like that.
Been a month at least.
Before that, I was chasing wenches around Rattay and you were digging turnips. And now look at us. A pair of veterans.
I was an apprentice blacksmith, not a turnip digger.
Same difference, you silly bugger.
No. I was like the richest man in town. I had a spot right under the castle.
Now.
Not long ago, I only made plans 3 days ahead at most. Maybe I really could do...
Real. I'm literally riding at his pace and he's still ran out of dialogue time.
There's no sign of them. Move on. There! I'm glad to see Istvan kept his word, sir.
Not half as glad as I am, Your Grace.
Well, we kept our word too, and now Toth has had his head start and he's fair game. Which way do they go?
To the north, but I would be careful, Sir Hans.
Fear not, Your Grace. I have twice as many men as he. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure the two of you have a lot to say to each other.
Sorry about the sword, Dad. I tried really hard.
You alright, Father?
I am. They treated me quite decently. Although they did steal my horse, so I'll have to go back on foot.
That is quite lame.
It looks like it's all over.
Not by a long shot. It won't be over until we get this mess cleared up.
And catch that bastard. How could we let him go?
Would you rather we killed him? Even if it meant Lady Stephanie and I died too?
No, of course not. But what was to stop us from killing him after the exchange?
Honor?
Honor.
Honor?
If the word of honor of a nobleman could not be trusted, then he would never have agreed to the exchange.
And where's the honor in abandoning your son?
You know how it is. We were young. It happened. And I couldn't marry a commoner.
Why not? She wouldn't be common
Your
anymore.
father, I mean Martin, came along and took care of both of you.
Well, he knew it.
What? That I was your father? Certainly. He was a great man. He took you as his own. And always kept an eye on you. Of that you can be sure.
I know so little about his past.
He told you nothing? Oddly enough, even though you don't have his blood, you're very like him. When he was around your age, he became bored of his trade and set out to see the world. He lived through many adventures, even fought in a war.
In a war?
Yes, in Poland, I believe. And I don't think he cared much for it.
That's why he wanted me to stay at home.
He spent some time in Prague, then settled in Kuttenberg. But it seems he quarreled with someone there and finally ended up here. You know the rest.
I loved him, but even so, I somehow always had a feeling I didn't quite fit in.
It was in your blood, I suppose.
Nah, it's just the angsty teenage desire to be better.
I had left from him.
And your parents.
Your sword.
Ah. The sword. It's not my sword. It's yours. For a moment there, it was so near, yet so far. Oh, well, it can't be helped.
It was almost within my grasp, but just then I had something else on my mind.
Well, I think we may yet have a chance to get it back. This business with Toth is not yet over, unfortunately.
That's a chance I'd welcome. Not just to get the sword, but that bastard Istvan too. And then I'll find that German whoreson who torched Skalitz, and I'll slay him with it. I'll never forget his face. Or his name. Mark Vart von Aulitz.
Those are noble intentions, son. But don't forget there are other things in this world that are worth living for.
Like what?
Look around you. Blue skies overhead, green grass underfoot, beautiful girls. Good wine, a few good friends, and a fine steed under your back.
Oh, Father, I am the bat.
Those are things worth living for.
I died and became a spirit of vengeance. You can't just say because my father's gone that my mother isn't.
But it's better not to dwell too much on that at the cost of those other things. On the subject of steeds, I think we'll have to ride like the Knights Templar.
How's that?
2 up. One day I'll tell you how they got their seal. You can take the front.
Got their seal from crossing swords.
It's like
Oh
I always
shit.
imagined it would be. Teaching my boy to ride.
Really ought to get new headphones. Wireless.
My word,
No
it's
point having a wires that wouldn't have to charge it, but I do have to charge these.
I think I know. It's Margrave Jobst.
The king's cousin? I wonder what he wants. I guess we'll find out soon enough.
We still got a little more after this. Warhorse Studios. They got credits, names I don't know how to read. You're wonderful people. I'm sorry that I don't like watching credits. DLC related.
You're doing well, son.
Father.
Come now. You know who sired you.
That doesn't matter now. I miss you, Amar. I miss you very much.
You'll be fine. We're proud of you.
For what? I let you down. I lost the sword. I let that
The subtitles
So hard on yourself.
are from the Johanka execution.
And someone has to live and carry the torch.
That's why I said it was DLC related. This is part of the normal game. The subtitles are just fucking up for some reason.
You didn't want me fighting.
Now look at me. Standing up to evil isn't the same as sowing its seeds. You did what was right. I have to leave you now.
Oh, please.
You know I can't stay.
I shall to Deliverance that you to thy kingdom come then.
Will I ever see you again?
God knows. Make her proud.
Mommy Wan Kenobi.
Oh, don't go. No.
What on earth were you dreaming about?
Look how many buttons he's got.
I'll wake you out.
Fancy
It's
shirt.
past dawn. Sir Radzig wants you at the upper castle. The lords are in council with Jobst.
Right. I'll go straight away. What is it?
It's just... I don't know how to address you anymore. All of a sudden you're Sir Radzig's son, hobnobbing with lords and ladies. And here's me, as common as muck.
Oh, give over, you idiot. Do I look like a lord to you?
Not really. You're as much a lord as I am a nun. And I've never looked good in a habit.
Get out of here! Or I'll have you clapped in the stocks.
So what, did I take Hans's room? Is he got the other castle now? An oath is an oath. Epilogue.
Hey, Henry's come to see us. Rooms for
Whoa ho!
your meal. What else do you
Nice. It was showing like 20% more skin than all the other ladies. You know, even the hookers don't go that far. She dirty.
Oh, Hal. Are you going to the meeting with Margrave Jobst as well?
I am. What about Istvan? I assume
that we didn't catch him? No. Because if we had, you'd be the first one to know. Have no fear. We'll get him eventually.
I hope you're right. Anyway, let's go and see what Jobst wants from us.
My lords, Christ's blessings on you all.
And on you, Lord Capon.
And this is my son, Henry.
I didn't know you had a son, Sir Redzig.
It came as a bit of a surprise to young Henry, too.
This gentleman here is John II of Liechtenstein, a member of my council.
Ulrich?
Gentlemen.
Come join us. Margrave Jobst was just about to tell us the reason for his visit. Your Grace?
I'm sure we're all agreed, Your Graces, that all this unrest must come to an end. This kingdom needs a king.
Question is, which king?
My cousin, Wenceslas IV, who is being held in captivity.
I'm sorry, did you say Henry of Skalitz?
Surprises me a little. If I'm correctly informed, until recently you sided with your other cousin, Sigismund.
That I cannot deny, and I have always stated my position plainly. But times have changed.
How have they changed, Your Grace?
Sir, there is one thing on which we undoubtedly concur, that King Wenceslas, unfortunately, did not inherit his father's gift for governing. Sadly, his failures have cost Bohemia, the nobles, and our whole Luxembourg family a great deal of money and effort.
How did the king let it go so far, damn it?
It's in his temperament. He cares only for wine, women, and the hunt. A king, in fact, who never wanted to be king.
Then why didn't he just let his brother have the crown?
Young sir, the crown weighs heavy when there are duties to be performed. But to surrender it means giving up great privileges, too.
But he did surrender power to his brother. When things started getting out of hand, Wenceslas appealed to Sigismund for help in restoring order.
What, you're saying Wenceslas has invited him here?
This is starting to make my head spin.
Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. Sigismund wanted to re-establish the power of the whole House of Luxembourg. He thought if he helped Wenceslas win the imperial crown, in return his brother would help him become the king of the Romans. and leave the actual reign of Bohemia and the Empire to him. Sigismund would govern, while Wenceslas could carry on doing what he was best at, enjoying the life of the imperial court.
Why wasn't Wenceslas crowned Holy Roman Emperor long ago? He was already elected King of the Romans. All he had to do was go and let the Pope put the damn imperial crown on his head.
Who knows? Maybe he'd prefer hunting and consorting with bathhouse wenches to spending time with the Pope.
Well, so would I must admit.
Sigismund's plan seemed sound enough, but it didn't quite work out, did it?
It worked for a while. He and his brother reached an agreement. Sigismund took over administration of the kingdom and began planning Wenceslas's journey to Rome for the imperial coronation. But then Wenceslas realized he would just be a puppet with a crown.
I must say, Margrave Jobst, Wenceslas and Prokop behave rather like naughty children in need of a good clout about the ears.
Sigismund would agree. He was already planning his rule.
He didn't want to be king. Why did it matter if he was a puppet with a crown?
The rug was pulled from under him. I'd say he lost his patience and decided he'd drag Wenceslas to the coronation kicking and screaming if he had to. Just like a naughty child, as you say.
So he abducted him and your brother Prokop too, if I heard correctly.
Correct.
And you helped him do it, if I heard correctly.
Yes, your graces, it's true. I was there when Sigismund abducted Prokop. I thought everything could somehow be settled, that we could make my brother see sense. But Sigismund just wanted to put an end to the dispute once and for all, whatever the cost. There was nothing I could do to stop him. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here. The worst of it is that it was all for nothing. Instead of putting a stop to the revolt, it escalated it, and the result is this chaos we have today.
That's true enough, sir. But I must admit now, I'm not sure what your position is. The king is incompetent, but we must protect him?
The simple truth, gentlemen, is that for all of Wenceslas's faults, we have no one else.
So we'll have to make do with his idleness.
People like him, though.
But what can we do now? Sigismund has the League of Lords behind him. Otto von Bergholf, Heinrich von Rosenberg.
The situation has gotten completely out of control. Now even the nobles of the League of Lords are realizing that Sigismund wasn't the right choice.
So now Bergholf is on your side. Are we to assemble an army together with him and face Sigismund on the field of battle?
We're not in Hungary now. Such affairs may be settled elegantly.
So what? Wenceslas is shit, but Sigismund's evil? Is that what they're saying?
I have negotiated an alliance with the Hungarian bishops, the Polish, and
This is like when we elected Trump over Hillary for the same exact reasons.
Every day he is losing the ground under his feet, and that's why I need your help too.
What kind of help, though? Sigismund has a massive army, and Rosenberg, Berghof, and Prague are behind him. Do you have an army you could face him with?
But that's not what I mean at all. There's been a revolt against Sigismund in Hungary, partly due to my efforts, and now he'll have to choose whether he wants to gain the Bohemian crown, which is a very risky enterprise, or hold on to the Hungarian one. He can't have both. And there's a tough struggle awaiting him in Hungary. I'm not sure he'll win, and Rosenberg and Berghof know it too. They're not stupid. If the Bohemian nobility stands together, they will turn.
We are men of little consequence, Margrave. Radzig here lost everything because of his alliance with Wenceslas. Sir Divish came within a hair of the same fate. Even Rattay is defenseless against Sigismund and the League of Lords.
What's more, your grace, King Wenceslas languishes in captivity in Vienna. He can't rule too well from there.
And what do you propose? To sit with your arms folded till the Bohemian lands are turned to ashes like scarlets? We have to put a stop to this senseless war!
And do you know, sir, what the true position of the League of Lords is?
I'm not on the best of terms with them at this moment, so you'll have to ask them yourselves.
World domination?
Yes.
Illuminati?
Why not?
I'll go and visit Bergov at his castle and we'll see what he tells me.
You know, that's not such a bad idea, young sir.
True. Though a little risky.
I doubt Berghoff would harm a blue-blooded envoy. And you can find out what he has to say about developments and what the League of Lords is planning. Then we'll decide what to do next.
I'll help you compose a letter to him.
I'd like Henry to come with me.
Why not? He's proven himself an able investigator, and he'll also be a good bodyguard if anything should happen.
And I'll send Sir John here to Kuttenberg to be my eyes and ears there. I believe both your reports will help us get a better grip on the situation.
When can you set out?
Just as soon as I've packed my things.
Excellent. Margrave Jobst and I will draft a letter. Get ready, and we'll meet back here.
Alright. So apparently this is based on, like, a book, maybe? I don't know if the books are actively being written or if they're all together. But obviously another game is planned.
In your name as Lord of Lipa.
Quite so, Margrave.
What exactly am I to write?
And, yeah. I guess that's them setting up, at the very least, the prologue. Drop some prologues on whoever's walking below here.
But we have to ask in a way. Being run out of the castle with a whip.
Yeah, I don't know. I imagine the next game's gonna take place in Hungary.
That makes two of us. If I didn't know anything about Jobst.
So, it looks like you're off on a mission.
Yes, I can't wait.
I don't want to dampen your spirits, my boy, but watch out. These are evil times, and who knows what can happen along the way. Not to mention that Bergov is no saint.
Don't worry.
I know. You've shown you can fend.
I think they're actually expecting to make an announcement about the sequel soonish.
You'll be there to make sure nothing
since it's
untoward
been like 5 years.
Keep your eyes peeled and your ears wide open. What Bergov tells you is one thing, but what you see may be quite another.
Rest assured, Father.
And don't get embroiled in anything else. Just hand over the letter, hear out his reply, and return.
Yes.
Very well. Bergov is at Trotsky Castle. I think you'll find it quite an eye-opener. It's one of the finest castles in the land. It's 3 days' ride from here, so unless you hit a snag along the way, you'll be back soon enough. Any questions?
Unless you hit a snag, don't get caught up in anything else. I'm sure we're gonna either get ambushed or arrested, and then Henry's gonna lose all his equipment and go back to level 1. Or something like that. You want more fucking political lore dump, or do you want to, end the stream?
That's about all.
We're good.
Very well. Take the letter from Sir Hanush. And good luck, son.
I get that, like, that's all important stuff, but, like, are you gonna remember everything that man said for, like, 5 years for the next game to come out? Like, they'll fill you in on all of that later, I'm sure, when it's relevant.
I've heard too much about him already.
Likewise. I do feel that the one is supposed to have turned his coat more than once.
How the fuck do I get out of here? That's a toilet. No.
I believe we have written it well, gentlemen.
Without a doubt. No one could deduce from this whether we are Sigismund's allies or foes.
I must travel back to Brno now, but soon I will go to Brandenburg and I will stop here on the way back. By then, Sir Capon should be back and we can discuss how to proceed.
Right. Before you leave, my lord, there is one thing that gives me no rest. Why did Sigismund come as a foe? It makes no sense.
If I may, sir, I think I can explain.
Oh, please enlighten us, young sir.
I live not far from Hungary, where Sigismund reigns. It is a savage country, and the constant war with the Turks has hardened the people. They need a monarch with an iron hand. So when Sigismund felt the wind of revolt, he reacted as he would at home. Only what works on the Hungarian nobles does not work here in Bohemia.
Bringing order is one thing, but Slaughtering and pillaging with a horde of barbarians, quite another. What purpose does that serve?
But Sigismund did give the Bohemian nobles a chance to take his side. It was only when they refused his ultimatum that he lost patience and took to the sword.
As for the barbarians, he could afford nothing better. The Hungarian nobility would gain nothing from joining his campaign in Bohemia. He didn't have enough coin for a regular army, and so he recruited the Cumans. What he does not pay them, they make up for in plunder.
But in the end, he didn't have enough to even satisfy the Cumans. That's why he raided Gutenberg and Skalitz. He wanted the silver.
That makes sense.
My lords, how's the letter coming along?
It's done.
Then we can be on our way.
Now remember what we said, boy. All you have to do is deliver the letter, listen to the answer, and come back here. Don't provoke Berghoff in any way.
Provoke? Me? Never, Uncle.
Take a
Back
bath.
in a few days. Farewell, your graces. Come, Henry, my men are waiting.
I wish you Godspeed.
Oh, they explained all the political intrigue after getting Henry's personal story wrapped up, but I guess you don't necessarily care about that stuff, and that's why they already gave you the credits. Again, you're gonna get filled in on all that stuff in the next game. Like, they don't expect you to remember that for 5 years. That'd be ridiculous. Bleed the main storyline if you like. You can still embark on side quest activities. End the game anytime. Riding off the map with your hand squad. Yeah. That's what we gotta do. Gotta get on my horse and ride. Till I can't no more.
Stay away from people if you... Ah!
Shut up. We literally just walk to the edge of the map while he talks to us a little. I think I might have to initiate it.
So, can we set off now, Henry?
Of course. I can't wait.
So, to horse! The Lord of Berghoff is...
And of course makes a save at the end, like, you can do this and then go back and play the game. Wrap up Private's Labbits if you're into grinding.
So, how is life as a highborn bastard?
I'm getting used to it.
What about Radzig? Has he accounted for not owning up to you the whole time?
He explained it. All will be well, I think.
Glad to hear it. It's far more acceptable for a nobleman to befriend a noble bastard than a blacksmith's son.
Mind you, don't come to blows with a blacksmith, my young lord.
Blacksmith will kick your ass.
What do you think about Sir Jobst and his plan?
Well, I admit all the scheming has me a little lost. I thought Sigismund was the devil, Wenceslas a martyr, those on his side the heroes, and those against him the villains. I believed we'd rescue the king and all would be well again, but now it looks a lot more complicated.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't expect the noble lords to be as noble as the angels, but I hadn't expected such a sewer. They behave like children.
I can't fathom how after all this backstabbing they're somehow still on speaking terms.
I don't know either. Beggar's belief.
Behaving like children because you were raised with a fucking silver
Did you know
spoon in
King
your mouth.
Wenceslas
Yeah,
is such
that's
a-
how it goes.
Such a...
Feckless drunkard? Not really. And to be honest, I'm not sure I wanted to know. I slept better believing my fate was watched over by a wise and powerful monarch.
So did I.
What a dismal world when you can't keep trust in your own king.
On the other hand, times were better with him here than with him gone.
Isn't that the truth?
What do you think of Sigismund?
If I were him...
Not even an old thing, the world leaders are still all big children.
Look at what those horrors...
Probably because they're all rich.
What he did in Skalitz.
True enough. On the other hand, if Wenceslas and Prokop hadn't double-crossed him, none of this would have happened.
No one forced him to burn Skalitz.
That's a fact. But he couldn't let them shit all over him either. Not that I'm defending him, mind.
He's a weasel.
No doubt about that.
This is them re-explaining everything in case you forgot when you ran off to do side quests, I guess.
Do you know anything about
They're putting it in English.
Sir Hanush could tell you a thing or two about him.
Why?
Last winter, a certain Sir Jan Sokol of Lamberg, a well-known knight, or robber baron to some, tried to occupy the city of Iglau, which was on the orders of none other than Prokop.
And what has that got to do with Hanush?
Well, he was there with him. Of course, that's not something to brag about in front of Jobst.
And what was it all about?
They wanted to occupy a city that was on the side of the League of Lords, but despite there being several hundred strong, they didn't take it. For one thing, they couldn't get past the Iglau women, with their pitchforks and cauldrons of hot water.
I would never have thought of Sir Hanush as such a rebel. And have you heard anything about Rupert of the Palatinate?
A little. He can't manage even to wrest power from a king who doesn't much care for ruling and isn't fighting back. That doesn't seem like a man who has what it takes to rule. And that's all I need to know.
And that Berghoff we're going to see, do you know anything about him?
I haven't heard much good about him, but I have a feeling that some other nobles are quite in awe of him. And his castle is apparently quite impressive. I'll be interested to see for myself.
And what about the League of Lords?
Wealthy, pompous. The king doesn't seem to like them much. He's chosen to let the lesser ranks of the nobility into his circle, men like your father. I admit I don't blame him one bit, but the lords weren't happy about their lost influence, so they put their foot down. If I were Wenceslas, I'd have let them hang after they abducted me the first time. But he gave them seats at the provincial council. Little wonder they're back at their old tricks.
So guys, as I said probably several times, but I've tried to talk about it a lot less as time went on, we are playing Psychonauts 2 next. Obviously, I do have a Let's Play of Psychonauts. I think that was probably the last game I played without a webcam. And I may have even still been on the shitty headset mic at the time. But, you know, there was like a quality upgrade after then. I had a few games on my belt though, so I don't think I was too awkward at that point in time. I didn't have a border on the screen yet either at that point. It was just like very beginning stuff. That was probably my first year of streaming. Still, that was something that I went back to for closure. Had a great time. And yeah, I've been looking forward to this. Honestly, I didn't play Psychonauts when it was relevant. I got to it much later because, like, oh, I always wanted to play that. I would always see it in like the GameFly commercials. I'm like, ooh, look at that cover. But I just never got a chance to. Even when I had an Xbox, I never saw it at freaking flea markets or anything. 'Cause that's all you could find. The only place you could find Xbox games by the time I got one. And, I don't know, I'll probably start playing Mountain Blade or something to fill in this void of first-person action RPG. And, well, obviously I said I've been playing Kirby. I think I'm about halfway through that. playing another game we might be able to talk about whenever we start Psychonauts. It's been pretty neat. It's called Yaga, actually. I don't know why I'm hiding it. Yaga as in Baba Yaga. It's all like Slavic mythology stuff. It's interesting. Also playing Final Fantasy VII Remake Raid. I don't know how long that's gonna be. I know it wants you to play it a couple times. But it's been fun so far. I really like the hybrid action turn-based system they got going on. It's interesting. Haven't played anything like that yet. But I think it really works. And, I dipped my toes into Blood Rain. I, like, bought the collection, and I'm working on the first one right now. It's a little rough, but it's kind of fun. It's, like, really frantic. So that's what I've been doing. You expect reviews on one of those soonish, I suppose. But, yeah. Psychonauts 2, baby. That's what we're doing next. Gonna be great.
How about it, Henry? Can we go? Are you ready for this?
It'd be great to get away from medieval stuff, right? We've been stuck in this for the better part of the year. Feels like it's been like at least 5 months with this and freaking Pillars of the Earth.
Of course. At last I'll get to see more of the country and have a bit of an outing.
Quite. Let's get to it then. I finally have the feeling we're doing something worthwhile. We're helping to save the king.
Instead of saving his drunken majesty, I'd rather find that whoreson who murdered my parents, get the sword back from him, and skewer him with it.
Cheer up, Henry. I have a feeling you'll get your chance one day, and it won't be long in coming. Forward, men! Audentes fortuna juvat!
So after that, I feel like we'll probably go for like a shooter or something. Maybe do another visual novel. I've had Detroit Become Human that I have just not played yet. I want to. I don't know if that's gonna be like a stream game though, because I really do probably want to go and get all the endings and stuff. So you're gonna see like a lot of repetitive scenes, and I don't know how that's gonna work out, but we'll see. I'm gonna do a genre switch. Like, have I even played a Metroidvania yet on this? I know I tried to speedrun AM2R at some point, I just kept fucking up. You know, I have. We played Dust and Elysian Tale. That was a good game. Jesus Christ, 5 hours. That's a bit more than I thought. But, yeah, we got that done. So that's good. And we already talked about what we're doing next. Probably see you in a week. Maybe I'll take one off. I don't know. Maybe you know, just get all these time stamped up, descriptions written. It takes time. It is so fucking tedious, but it takes me so much time to do just that. Not even talking about cutting them up or considering cutting out the reviews, maybe writing it down, re-recording them. So we'll see. But, you know, I got plenty of other stuff for you to watch if you want to see my beautiful mug. My beautiful, ugly, common mug. And, Thank you for joining me on this adventure. I'm sure none of you will be around for the next one because it'll be completely different, but please do come back. I love you. Bye-bye.